Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, your hub for anime audiobooks. Love anime and great stories? You're in the right place. Enjoy high-quality audiobooks from your favorite series, perfect for any time. Our professional narrations span various genres, from action to romance, with frequent updates for fresh content. Subscribe and ring the notification bell to stay updated. Connect with fellow fans in the comments and share your story requests. Thanks for joining us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the anime adventures. Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, where anime comes to life. After Zhou went to college, he became a social slave. He had to work overtime every day, and he had to revise plans in the early morning. He had a boss who was incomprehensible. He finally had a statutory holiday, but he had to take a day off to make up for it later. Forget the above. I talked to my current girlfriend in college, and she cheated on her boss a week ago. Even after I found out. She pointed at him and said, "You can't give me the life I want, let's break up." I felt unprecedented happiness when I was with Mr. Zhang. At this point, his girlfriend cheated on him and sent him a short video, which was spurned by countless fairies. The T0 version is really unacceptable. Now, Zhou can only stay in his rental house, and he can find a little feeling of being alive from the game world and the anime world. Only there is he an independent existence, not a walking corpse who is in a daze every day. At night, after playing 2 games in his spare time, Zhou stood up, his eyes went dark, and his head hit the keyboard heavily. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou gradually heard the whispers of a stranger. The voice gradually came from far to near, from small to large. Wait! Am I not playing games? Why, did I fall asleep? Zhou opened his eyes suddenly and found that everything in front of him was blurry, and everything in front of him looked like a mosaic. What's going on? Why did I become smaller? He grabbed the air with his hands randomly, and his blurred vision could distinguish. Is this a pair of chubby little hands? Looks a bit like the mascot of Michelin tires. I became a baby. Before Zhou could react, a yellow-haired man and a red-haired woman suddenly appeared in his sight. At this time, he also realized that he had traveled through time. Or was it the legendary transmigration? Yellow hair? Don't tell me it's a technical secondary school start. Seeing the yellow hair, Zhou vigilance was suddenly full. A father with yellow hair. He was really worried. Could his father be a member of the Zhang AI family? Swish! Suddenly, Zhou found that the scene had changed and his body was suspended in the air. A few seconds later, he fell steadily into the arms of a stranger. What the hell? Why are there still human traffickers? Where are my parents? Help them! The crying and anxious voices of women were also heard around. As for what was said, Zhou said he didn't understand. But it sounded so gripping and heartbreaking. However, Zhou was very anxious. I just traveled through time. Can you give me a chance to grow up? Caught by a human trafficker. Maybe he will have his hands and feet cut off and be sent to the streets to beg. In his previous life, Zhou often heard his parents tell tragic stories of children being abducted by human traffickers when he was a child. But he never expected that he would be kidnapped by a masked human trafficker right after reincarnation. Wait! Red-haired woman? Yellow-haired old man? Masked human trafficker? The inexplicable sense of familiarity made Zhou fall into deep thought. Combining the three, a golden light seemed to flash in his little head. Damn! I traveled through Naruto? It's broken. I became the prince of Konoha and said something else. Roar! As if responding to Zhou thoughts, deafening roars suddenly rang out around him. Zhou head was buzzing, and he stopped thinking in an instant and passed out. At the last moment of his coma, he began to pray devoutly in his heart. Uchiha Obito, I'm RNM. This vengeance. I Uzumaki Naruto, will remember it. Ming also began to accept his identity as Uzumaki Naruto. Tick tick tick. The sound of water drops falling to the ground is crisp and ethereal. It's like a faucet that was forgotten to be turned off in an empty room. Naruto's eyelids fluttered, and his consciousness gradually became clear. However, the scene he saw when he opened his eyes was very different from what he imagined. Roar! A familiar roar came to his ears again. Is it the Nine Tails? Naruto turned his head and saw a ball of orange. Because his vision was not fully developed, the Nine Tails was in front of him now. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a big orange cat. Caw. At this time, Naruto found a very clear interface in front of his eyes. Fug! My world? He was surprised to find that the interface that appeared in his eyes was the My World he played in his previous life. Flipping the interface, Naruto can also see all the items inside. Yes. That's all the items. Even enchanted potions and monster eggs are there. It's creative mode. Not only that. There are more than 300 modules loaded inside. All of them are modules he downloaded in his previous life. Like industrial modernization modules, magic world modules, etc. For example, in the industrial modernization module, there are daily household appliances. In the magic world module, there are also some magic monster eggs, as well as various magic props such as portals. In short, there are a lot of very buggy props in these modules. Even Naruto himself can't count the things in it. And Naruto also realized it. Maybe this is the golden finger brought by his own time travel. Although there is no system ding ding ding, it is also very satisfying. Let's not talk about the number 1 cheat in the Naruto world. In addition to having a Shitanla, he also has a Kurama power bank. Now there is also a cheat code for My World that can load hundreds of modules. It's a perfect start. Naruto thought and threw out a cow. Kurama, who was locked in a cage, was about to overflow with resentment. He wanted to scare the kid, but he saw a cow suddenly appearing in the sealed space. What's even more strange is, why does this cow look a bit square? Kyuubi was puzzled, but he couldn't help but be curious. In an instant, he forgot that he wanted to scare the kid just now. Hey! Kid! How did you do it? Aba. Naruto couldn't understand what Kyuubi was saying at all. He knelt behind the cow and struggled to crawl on the ground. Maybe because the Uzumaki clan is strong, Naruto's crawling speed is much faster than expected. It didn't take long for him to reach the milk. He raised his hand and patted the cow with all his strength. The cow that was attacked flickered and flew back a distance. This is exactly the same as in the game. Naruto was overjoyed, and then he started chasing the cow in the sealed space. After a while, Naruto looked at the piece of meat on the ground and laughed. The nine-tailed fox in the cage had a question mark on his face. He really couldn't figure out what this kid was doing, and how could such a strange cow appear in the sealed space? Then, it saw an unforgettable scene in its life. Naruto sat on the ground, laughing while arranging the soil on the ground, planting a few oak trees from time to time. Soon, a very abrupt grove appeared in the gloomy sealed space. There was even a wooden house in the middle. Hey! Kid, are you teasing me? The Nine-Tails' voice was very loud, but the wooden house built by Naruto had surprisingly strong sound insulation. Even if it screamed outside, only a rough sound could be heard inside. Well, it was a little quieter than the buzzing sound of the decoration in the previous life. Naruto lay on the bed with complicated thoughts. After the excitement of just being reborn, his heart gradually calmed down. This made him think about his future fate. Naruto knew that when he got out of consciousness, his parents should have both left. Tisk, he became an orphan just after crossing over. How sad! When he thought about being hated by countless Konoha villagers in the future, he felt a little sad. With his thoughts flying, Naruto fell asleep in bed in a daze. 6 years later. Good. It's finally finished. Naruto adjusted his helmet, his little face filled with excitement. At this moment, he was standing on a large pillar made of stones. There were 4 such pillars sealing the space, standing at the 4 corners of the space. It seemed as if the sealed space was supported by these 4 pillars. Naruto did this naturally to install high-power sealing lights for the sealed space. It can be said that the sealed space has achieved day and night alternation. Although it is not as good as the outside world, it is a relief to the gloomy environment in the past. Naruto took out the switch and pressed it lightly. More than 40 sealing lights on the top of the sealed space shone at the same time, and the darkness was instantly dispelled, and the entire sealed space became as bright as the outside world. Standing on top and looking around, Naruto admired his masterpiece. In the center of the space, there was a 3-story villa, surrounded by many golden wheat fields. The border is also full of pear trees, apple trees, jujube trees, etc. The outermost stream flows with Naruto's cultivation. Looking from above, it seems that a blue belt surrounds the villa. Seeing these, Naruto can't help but feel satisfied. It must be said that farming is still deeply engraved in his bones even after traveling through time. In the past 6 years, in addition to eating, drinking, defecating and urinating every day, he has been soaking in the sealed space to carry out transformation projects. The sealed space has not only been transformed into 4 major landforms: forest, snow, plain, and desert. Many creatures have also been put in it. It can be said that the previous dark and gloomy style has been changed. After all, to capture the fox, you have to start with the transformation of the housing environment. He is still counting on this power bank in the future. Naruto took out a bucket of water from the system and poured it down to his feet. The water flowed down along the pillar, 1 card at a time, and gradually formed a small waterfall. Before the water flow landed on the ground, Naruto pulled up his pants and jumped down. He was not worried about anything happening. After all, if he made a mistake in operation, at most he would be disconnected and kicked out of the sealed space. He was familiar with the route. Bang! Naruto landed on the ground, regardless of his wet body, and went straight to the pig pen. He killed 2 pigs on the spot, turned back to the villa to make a fried pork chop rice, and then took out a diamond sword to wipe his neck. When his consciousness returned to reality, Naruto got up from the bed, took out the fried pork chop rice he had just made, and took out a bottle of orange soda. Then he started to enjoy today's lunch. Over the years, Naruto has a general understanding of his own system. The props of the system can be taken out directly, but the rules of my world only exist in the sealed space. For example, if he takes out animals from the system, they will immediately become normal creatures. The props will also become more real. Except for those things such as soil and stones, they still retain their original appearance. It is impossible to place blocks in the void, and they must be placed with support. Once the placed objects lose support, they will collapse in an instant. And most of the things in the module need to be made. Like the fried pork chop rice he is eating, it is in the food module. But it is not too much of a hindrance, it is just an extra step of making. And if you want to make a perfect level of props, you must upgrade the level to the maximum. Although the system is in creative mode, Naruto found that he still has an experience bar. From the moment he discovered it, Naruto began to level up in the sealed space. Until today, he has upgraded to level 100. The weapons enchanted at level 0 and the things enchanted at level 100 are very different. For example, the diamond sword enchanted by Naruto before. Diamond sword, attack power 64. Enchantment effect, attack power 2%, attack speed 1%. Durability, 100/100. Now, after Naruto reaches level 100, the enchantment effect is very buggy. Diamond sword, attack power 64. Enchantment effect, attack power 10%, hardness 70%, attack speed 30%, knockback 20%, bleeding 30%. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Just looking at the bonus of these enchantment effects is enough to make people dizzy. Not to mention the bonus brought. Although he has not experimented with these effects, he has secretly tried it before. The diamond sword enchanted by level 0 can be directly crushed by Ju Lama, and the diamond sword enchanted by the full level, Ju Lama has no way to do anything. At present, he has only tried to enchant the diamond sword, and has not had time to enchant other things. Things like magic wands, portals, and various protective gears have not been made yet. In the sealed space, Ju Lama looked at the disappeared little ghost and slowly opened his eyes. In these 6 years, it watched the little ghost transform the sealed space bit by bit. From the first day when the little ghost made the tree house, it became uncontrollable. At first, Ju Lama didn't take it too seriously. He thought, isn't it just a strange blood limit? It has seen everything in its life. So, in the days to come, Ju Lama basically spent his time sleeping. And he always saw the little ghost, holding the cubes in his hand and placing them in the sealed space bit by bit. Until one day, Ku Lama opened his eyes and saw a large forest, and it was instantly unable to do anything. What the hell? It has lived for so long and has never seen such a Jinkraki. Whose tailed beast sealed space will have a forest? And in the days to come, this little ghost also made snow and desert. Even released a lot of strange animals. Square rabbits, cows, dogs, tigers, and the like. These animals would come to him from time to time. At that time, Ju Lama couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to teach them a lesson. As a result, he slapped them, but instead of seeing the corpse, he saw a lot of meat. But the meat tasted better than he expected. The only drawback was that it was too small, not enough for Ju Lama to fill his teeth. After being sealed for many years and experiencing 3 generations of Jinkraki, Ju Lama really hadn't tasted anything for a long time. It's a pity that those animals didn't come to him every day. And in the silent sealed space, with these things, it suddenly became full of vitality. All this made Ju Lama in the cage feel dazed. If these things weren't a bit square, it really felt that it had never been sealed. Not to mention, every day when Ju Lama woke up, he felt better when he saw the environment here. But at the same time, he began to wonder. Why? Why didn't this kid transform the land in his cage? Kurama began to regret that he had been so mean to this kid. It was dark and damp in this cage, and Kurama felt that there was an indescribable strange smell inside. Compared with the flowing river, the chirping birds and the fragrance of flowers outside, Kurama felt really uncomfortable. And the deliciousness of those pieces of meat. It really made Kurama feel uncomfortable all over. He wanted to talk to the kid, but he couldn't open his face to speak. And secretly eating other people's food. Kurama felt extremely ashamed. It was the strongest tailed beast, how could it have done such a petty theft? So, the man and the fox were in a stalemate in the sealed space. Anyway, Kurama didn't bother Naruto, and Naruto never stepped into Kurama's territory when he was working. Ju Lama sighed, looked at the scenery in front of him, moved his huge body, and continued to sleep. The fragrance of soil, flowers, and trees came from the tip of his nose, as if it took him back to his childhood. Knock knock. Little Naruto, are you home? Grandpa is here to see you. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of the old man of the 3rd generation. I'm here. Naruto quickly took 2 mouthfuls of rice, picked up the lunch box and threw it into the sink, wiped his mouth and walked out the door. Before opening the door, Naruto rubbed his face with his little hands, putting on an innocent expression. It's really difficult for him, a person with an adult soul, to pretend in front of the 3rd generation from time to time. Hurry up and start school. Naruto shouted in his heart and slowly opened the door. The moment he saw the old man of the 3rd generation, Naruto subconsciously stepped back, made a Kamehameha wave gesture with both hands, and shouted. "Let's duel! Kun beast! It's decided to be you! Hurry up and use the ball-blocking collision!" Naruto threw an old hen at the old man of the third generation, but the effect was not outstanding. As the third Hokage of Konoha village and a doctor of the ninja realm, he naturally could not be frightened by the scene in front of him. Not to mention that it was an ordinary old hen summoned by spirits. The third generation old man skillfully grabbed the chicken's neck, twisted it gently, and pinned it around his waist. What puzzled the third generation was, "I don't know from which day, when I came to visit Naruto one day, the 1.5-year-old Naruto suddenly summoned a chicken and threw it to him. Just like the scene when he entered the door just now, while saying strange words, he gave me a hen. As for why I took a hen away every time. At first, he wanted to take it back to see what was different about this summoned hen. As a result, after getting the research report from the Anbu, it was said that it was almost exactly the same as the chicken sold in the vegetable market outside. He really didn't know whether to sigh at Naruto's talent for spirit summoning or sigh that Naruto would not have to worry about food and drink in the future. In the end, the third generation should feel sorry for himself, an old man, for Naruto's behavior. After all, he is Naruto's only relative. As for the old man who comes to his house from time to time, Naruto will naturally not tell the third generation old man what he means. Giving him Kunkenman is just a secret mockery of him. He will only launch the Konoha Navy to blacken their gaugy eye in secret. Naturally, I hope he can get out of here with the chicken. Of course, Naruto can't say this to his face. Whenever the third generation old man asks him why he gave him a chicken, he always says with a smile, "Of course, I gave it to the old man to replenish his body." As the third village chief of Konoha village, a 70-year-old widowed old man. In his usual diligent work, he still remembers to care about the daily life of the young girls in the village through the crystal ball. Such a serious work attitude inevitably makes this old man in his 60s look as vicissitudes as an old man in his 80s. It's reasonable to give him a hen to replenish his body, right? And every time he came, he would cough from time to time. In addition to the old man's stench, Naruto would clean the house every time he left. Now he is still young, and he doesn't want to get sick. "Little Naruto, this is your pocket money for this month. And this." The third generation took out 3 bills and an envelope from his pocket and put them on the table. Little Naruto is 6 years old, and it's time for him to go to school. This table was summoned by Naruto, including the sofa, bed, refrigerator, etc. in the house. What's even more outrageous is that there is a furnace in the room. If he hadn't warned Naruto not to light an open fire at home, he would have been afraid that the child would set the house on fire. The first time he saw Naruto summon these things, he thought he had awakened the blood limit that is rare in the ninja world. I wanted to train him, but later I thought that this ability was the best for a ninja to do logistics for the village. You said that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki should rely on a weird blood limit to provide logistics for the village? If this gets out, other villages will laugh at you. The third generation has lived for so long, and his vision is much better than that of ordinary ninjas. But look at this kid. The furniture at home is acceptable. But chickens, ducks, cows, pigs, bread, and wheat are a bit too outrageous for ninjas. Even more outrageous are mud, snowballs, clods of earth, seeds, and the like. You are the Golden Flash, the son of the 4th generation genius of Konoha village, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The future is for you to become the strongest force in Konoha. You are not going to farm and raise pigs in the future. What kind of outrageous blood limit is this? This is still everyone's. Do you know the summoning technique? There are also wooden boards, bricks, stones, sticks, wooden hose, and wooden axes. No matter how you look at it, there is only a wooden axe that can be used as a weapon. Is it possible that when you fight with the enemy in the future, you can summon an axe to the enemy's face in shock? We are all ninjas, what's the matter with you holding an axe? Do you want to chop down a tree for the enemy and make the enemy laugh to death? Or can you expect to break the enemy's defense with a wooden axe? If this gets out, won't it mean that Konoha is so poor that it can't even give its subordinates a coup now? So, what's the use of this summoning technique? Everyone relies on powerful ninjutsu and physical skills to get by. You, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, must be a ninja in the future, not a farmer. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost plucked out the remaining hair on his head when he returned. But he still didn't understand that this summoning technique can be used for other purposes besides farming. Thank you, Grandpa. I'm looking forward to going to school, Naruto said as he began to carve a miniature Minecraft model. He once suspected that Minato had hit the child's head when he was saving him, which led to all the strange behaviors now. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect was that this child was not just hit on the head, but his soul had changed. Little Naruto, go out more during the day, meet some new friends, don't stay at home all the time. The third generation's eyes were full of kindness, but his heart was full of doubts. After all, Minato and Kushina were not like this child when they were young. What do you think of staying at home all day playing with wood and carving wood sculptures? Or you can't get along with wood, right? How did this child inherit it? Naruto's face froze when he heard it. I'm going out? Why go out? To be sprayed by the little honey-mouthed haters? Or go out to feel everyone's nuclear eyes? I might as well watch foxes at home. I know, old man. Naruto tilted his head and responded innocently, but in his heart he was. Third generation old deng. Get down on my feet. Looking at the alarm clock on the table, Naruto decided to carve the miniature model in his hand first. Wait until it's dark and no one is out on the street. After all, the village leaders have come to talk to you again and again. If you don't go out, it's a problem of attitude. It's just that this third generation old deng is really too annoying. Since I came to Hokage, this old man rarely brings him food and sends people to monitor him. There are even rumors in Konoha that he is the reincarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox. No one can stand it. If he is not too young and weak now. Naruto has to put a diamond sword on the neck of the third generation old deng and say to him, Third generation old deng, my sword is not bad either. And this old man always knocks on the door when he is in the mood to play games. He also had to stop what he was doing and clean up the room to receive this old man. Of course, after getting used to it, Naruto also felt that there was no need to clean up the room to receive this old man, so he was too lazy to clean up. 3 years ago, Naruto, who went out during the day, received a lot of kind eyes. After the praise from the black fans who had a secret, he decided to go out less. These people started a group when they saw him. Who could stand it? Anyway, I have been playing farming at home for 10 or 8 years. No matter how powerful your rumors are, you can't see me. How can you black fans start a group? I don't believe that the Anbu can let you come to my door. If these people dare to come, he will dare to go crazy and hang himself at the villager's house, and see if the third generation will deal with you. By then, after 10 or 8 years, no matter how powerful the rumors are, they will become Konoha legends. Besides, it's not that he didn't go out, he just went out late at night. 3 years ago, he also sent Hinata home. Naruto thought about how he behaved like a child in front of the third Hokage. Playing with models is a way to reassure the third Hokage and allow him to play games. For Konoha, it is reasonable for a 3-year-old to play with building blocks, right? Although the third Hokage mistakenly thought he was messing with Konoha village. But this is also a child's imagination. He is a bit of a stay-at-home, and the last stay-at-home Orochimaru defected. At most, I am not ambitious and am obsessed with toys. What can you do to me? After sending the third Hokage away, he also noticed the admission notice of the ninja school on the table. Naruto picked up the admission notice on the table, flipped through it, and found that there was less than a month left before he started school. When he thought of going to school, Naruto couldn't help but recall the way he carried his school bag to school in his previous life. It's a pity that he didn't have parents in this life, so naturally no one would send him to school. But it's not a big problem. At least he still has a big fox. Is it finally time to become a ninja? I'm starting to look forward to it. In the past 6 years, Naruto has maintained reasonable exercise every day. Jogging for half an hour, squatting, etc. In short, he used all the exercise methods he knew in his previous life. However, he didn't dare to exercise too hard. After all, he was only 6 years old. It is said that if he is too young, he will not grow tall if he exercises too much. It's a pity that he has not had the opportunity to contact chakra in 6 years since he came to this world. Because he was afraid that the third-generation old man would get suspicious, he didn't dare to ask. As for the fox in his stomach, I think it should know how to refine chakra. But the key to the problem is, he couldn't ask. It was uncertain whether the fox would teach him or not. If it thought he wanted to learn chakra to control it, it would probably get angry again. The fox always gave Naruto the feeling of a big orange dog he raised in his previous life. Except that the fox was not fat enough, its tsundere personality was exactly the same. So going to the ninja school was Naruto's only chance to get in touch with chakra. He returned to the sink and washed the dishes carefully. He went to the closet and took out a set of black clothes and pants to change into. Naruto's clothing style remained the same as in his previous life. Anyway, the colors of the clothes in the closet were either black or white. The main point was simplicity. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was very different from the Naruto in the original book. For convenience, Naruto had short hair since he was a child, similar to the 7th generation Hokage. And in terms of height, he was much taller than the young Naruto in the original book. Naruto remembered that he seemed to be about the same age as Sasuke. But Sasuke in the original work is much taller than Naruto. I think it's all caused by long-term malnutrition. This has to complain about the 3rd generation of Lao Deng. If it weren't for his system, he would have fish and meat every day, milk and eggs every meal. If he really relied on the little money that the 3rd generation of Lao Deng sent every time, he would have starved to death long ago, and his situation should be worse than Naruto in the original work. Putting on the mask, Naruto glanced at the current time 8:30 in the evening. Nodding slightly, putting on the mask, Naruto started today's after-meal exercise. In the late night of Konoha village, there was silence and no one, and only the street lights and moths around the lights accompanied Naruto. Konoha village is not as brightly lit as in the previous life, and there is a rich nightlife. Basically after 8 o'clock, everyone turned off the lights and rested. The only entertainment activity is to make little people. Every time Naruto appeared outside at this time, he couldn't find anyone. As for the rumor about the reincarnation of the 9-tailed demon fox spread by the 3rd generation, since Naruto has basically not appeared in the eyes of the villagers in recent years, so everyone began to suspect that this story was specifically used to scare the children at home. No one took it seriously at all. Now Naruto stood in front of others, and the villagers might not recognize that he was the little devil at the beginning. The rumor about the 3rd generation was quietly resolved by Naruto. After running for about half an hour, Naruto returned home, took a shower, and returned to bed. And his consciousness also came to the sealed space. As soon as he came in, he saw Kurama sleeping with his forelimbs as a pillow. Naruto walked to the open space in front of the villa, measured the distance left and right, and then took out a space door. Kurama secretly opened his eyes a little. It seemed to be still sleeping. It wanted to see what this little devil was going to do today. The moment the space door was taken out, a large purple cocoon quickly formed on the ground, and it was still flashing with purple light. Naruto looked at the space door in front of him and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. After all, it was his first experience and he was a little worried. But thinking that he was in the sealed space, if something really happened, he would just be kicked out. So, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and dived into the purple light cocoon. The next moment, a purple light cocoon suddenly opened at the edge of the golden wheat field, and Naruto's figure appeared from it. Yet! Success! Naruto jumped up and waved his fist, looking very happy. The moment he entered the space door, the location he thought of was the edge of the wheat field. If that's the case. In other words, as long as you think of the location you want to go to, you can use has the space gate arrived? Isn't this a disguised space-time ninjutsu? As the first attempt was successful, Naruto's courage gradually grew. He also began to try the limits of the space gate. The nine-tailed horse in the cage had already widened his eyes. What kind of strange ability does this kid have? In the sealed space, Naruto's figure kept flickering, sometimes appearing by the river, sometimes appearing by the orchard. Every time the purple light flashed, a yellow-haired kid would appear. Later, for excitement, Naruto even managed to teleport into the air. At the moment of teleporting out of the sky, another space gate was thrown out, and then the cycle repeated again. Naruto also played the space gate to teleport in the air. Nine-tailed horse was so confused. Although Minato was really good at space-time ninjutsu. But the purple light cocoon of this kid was clearly those props. There was no chakra fluctuation at all. How did he do this? Kurama couldn't figure it out, he couldn't figure it out at all. Naruto threw the space door about 100 times, and felt a little out of breath. I thought there was no consumption at all. Now he wanted to throw the space door again, the icon in the system had entered the cooling state, and his head was still aching like a needle. He also found that the small blue bar below his experience bar was empty. Judging from the cooling state, it would probably take until the next day to continue using it. Tired of playing, Naruto took out a piece of magic dragon meat and put it on the grill. This piece of meat was as big as a basin. Since it was a creature in the magic module, the magic dragon meat had the function of replenishing magic power and mental power. He took out an iron rod and pierced the steak, then Naruto lit the charcoal fire, and took out cumin, chili powder, and barbecue sauce. After a while, the fragrance filled the entire sealed space. Kurama sniffed twice and seemed to hear his stomach growling. Thinking of the delicious taste of raw meat he had tasted before, Kurama felt that his mouth was about to drool. He stared at Naruto rolling the grilled meat, subconsciously opening his mouth wide, as if he could eat it in the next second. Finally, Kurama couldn't hold it in any longer. "Little brat, you!" Feeling a little embarrassed to ask someone about the meat directly, Kurama changed the subject and asked about the space gate just now. What exactly was the time and space ninjutsu you just used? Although Kurama was asking about the space gate, his eyes were always on the barbecue, motionless. Naruto looked at the barbecue suspiciously, then looked at the big fox, and after realizing the problem, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Hey! I said no big orange can resist the temptation of barbecue. Look at the big fox, his eyes are almost emitting green light. And the saliva in his mouth is almost dripping to the ground. Don't talk about the space gate." In order to save some face for the fox, Naruto did not point it out directly. He lowered his head and continued to turn the barbecue, adding seasoning from time to time. Sizzle! The barbecue kept making sounds under the charcoal grill, and the aroma seemed to turn into a hand, hooking Kurama's heartstrings. Kurama swore that it had never smelled such a fox-tempting fragrance. If it weren't for the cage in front of it, it would have rushed to the kid and swallowed the barbecue. Kurama stared at the barbecue, and his throat was surging. "I was born with supernatural power." As he spoke, the scene of Changwei beating Lifu suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. He just didn't know when he, the Uzumaki Changwei, would be able to bully Lifu. "Hey, big fox! Do you know how to get stronger quickly?" As Naruto spoke, he added fragrance to the barbecue. At this time, his words were like the devil's whisper in Ju Lama's ears. Tell him. Tell him quickly. Then you can taste the barbecue. Ju Lama shook his head, and a plan came to his mind. It is not stupid. If it tells this kid the method today, it can only eat it once. What it wants is not a full meal, but full meals every time. In addition, over the years, it has also observed the kids training on the outside. Those strange trainings are just about strengthening the body. What does it have to do with becoming stronger? Apparently, Konoha village didn't teach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki anything about training. After thinking it through, Kurama raised his head high, looked at Naruto with a sidelong glance, and put on a very arrogant attitude. But in Naruto's eyes, the fox's movements were almost the same as those of a big orange cat. Of course I know. I've lived for 1,000 years and have seen everything. I can teach you how to become stronger. But you must prepare 5, no, 6 meals of barbecue for me every day. Kurama is desperate. No. Fox, you are so big. If I feed you 6 meals, I will have to stay here all day. 3 meals at most. Naruto looked embarrassed, and what he said was indeed true. The largest meat in the system is only more than 2 meters long, and this size is just enough for a big fox to fill the gap between teeth. Let's not talk about whether it's troublesome to feed the fox 6 meals a day. He was worried that the fox would eat too much and grow into a gas tank in the future. The big orange in his previous life had already become a gas tank, and he couldn't raise another one in this life. Kurama looked at the body of the 6-year-old Naruto, and it seemed that his request for 6 meals was indeed a bit too much. Then he thought of the delicious barbecue, so Kurama decided to take a step back. 5 meals, no less. Deal. As soon as Kurama finished speaking, Naruto's crisp answer came. For some reason, Kurama felt like he was losing out. Naruto was so happy. You know, there are industrial modules in the system. As long as he has the entire barbecue production line, it is a matter of one instruction. From putting in the ingredients, to the automated barbecue production line, and finally feeding the big fox with a conveyor belt. Perfect. Kurama raised his head and signaled the kid to start. Naruto scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and took the first step towards the cage. As the orange color in front of him gradually filled his vision, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little hairy. His understanding of Kurama was through the animation in his previous life. After watching it, he only felt that it was strong, and then it was a large chakra charger. In addition, Naruto had never been so close to Kurama since he was born. Until now, as he slowly approached the cage, he felt the amazing power of Kurama. He could very intuitively experience all the negative emotions such as tyranny and anger carried by the nine-tailed fox. If Kurama suddenly attacked him at this time, Naruto would not find it strange. The distance between the man and the fox was not far, but Naruto felt as if he had walked for several hours. When he came to the front, his 6-year-old body seemed very small compared to the 5 or 6-story high body of the nine-tailed fox. The largest creature he had seen in his previous life was in the zoo. I have seen tigers, elephants, and the like. I have never had such an experience as this one. Little boy, come up. Just as Naruto was thinking about it, Kurama stretched out his palm and asked Naruto to stand up. After looking up at the eagerness in the fox's eyes, Naruto cursed himself in his heart. What on earth am I thinking about? This is a greedy fox. His temperament is exactly the same as that of the big orange in his previous life. What on earth am I afraid of? Thinking of this, Naruto slowly let go of his fear, took a firm step, and stood on the palm of the nine tails. Kurama raised his palm to the top of his head, and then opened his bloody mouth. Seeing the abyss-like mouth, Naruto was stunned for a moment, then took out a stake from the system and started throwing it into Kurama's mouth. Naruto waved his hands and kept throwing meat into the fox's mouth. A large number of stakes fell into Kurama's mouth densely like raindrops from the sky. However, Naruto found that the fox didn't even chew, but just swallowed it directly. Half an hour later. Big Fox! Are you full? Naruto really couldn't stand it anymore. After being away for so long, his hands were sore. Why did it feel like the fox didn't have any intention of being full? The fox's stomach was as deep as Hinata's. When he thought of having two guys who were hard to feed at home in the future, the 6-year-old Naruto began to worry. Kurama closed his mouth and moved symbolically twice, and then heard the sound of it swallowing. Gulp. Verb. Half full. After a deafening burp, Kurama found that Naruto could hardly lift his hands, and didn't continue to embarrass the kid. But Kurama started to despise Naruto after he was full. You are too weak, kid. Stop your messy training now. Do as I say tomorrow. Naruto was silent after hearing this. He knew that Kurama's so-called messy training was probably the push-ups he did. Okay. You are the strongest-tailed beast, so you have the final say. Although he was despised by the big fox, Naruto was in a very good mood at the moment. Anyway, today he finally took the first step with the fox. And he didn't think this big fox was as scary as he said. As long as you know the fox's temperament, just stroke its fur. The big fox is also Naruto's first friend in this world. Big Fox, good night. When Naruto left the sealed space, he turned around and said to the fox, and then disappeared without caring about the fox's reaction. After a long time, Kurama's voice came from the cage. Good night, kid. The next day, early in the morning, Naruto went out during the day, which was very rare. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who worked in the Hokage building, was almost shocked when he found out. In the past 6 years, Naruto has only gone out during the day a few times. Even if he went out, it was at night. Even so, Naruto's range of activities would not be too large. Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of his cigarette, looking at Naruto's figure with relief. It seems that this kid has listened to his words. Little boy, do you see that tree? Naruto, who was standing by the river, suddenly heard the voice of a fox. In order to fulfill his promise, the big fox woke him up from his sleep before 6 o'clock. He also said something about being too weak to be its Jinchuriki. How presumptuous! Since he came to this world, he has always slept until 9 o'clock. While getting enough sleep, he doesn't sleep in, so his life and work schedule can be said to be very healthy. And the big fox actually called him at 6 o'clock. Naruto dragged his sleepy body, and for a moment, he felt the feeling of being a social animal in his previous life. He seriously suspected that the big fox was hungry. Early in the morning, Naruto was woken up by the big fox and called to the riverside. He was full of resentment. Naruto even felt that if the evil sword fairy stood in front of him at this time, he would probably be invincible. Ha! Then what? He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, took a frivolous step, and floated to the big tree little by little. Although Naruto was very reluctant, he still knew that Kurama did this to make himself stronger. And school was about to start. He didn't want to be the last in the school. After all, he had several problems, if he really got the last place. Uzumaki Naruto really couldn't accept it. Besides, Kurama won't use chakra to disturb him now, he's in easy mode all the time. If he doesn't get first place in school, Naruto will feel sorry for himself. Kid! Are you asleep? Raise your fist and hit the tree. Uzumaki Naruto? Teacher Kurama's voice instantly woke up Naruto, who was distracted. Oh! Naruto glanced at the tree, raised his hand and started to hit the tree. As for why he hit the tree, he didn't know. Anyway, Naruto felt that his understanding of the world was not as good as Teacher Kurama's, so he just had to be obedient. Kid! Are you massaging the tree? Use your barbecue strength. Kurama looked at Naruto's soft fist and was almost pissed off by this kid. He simply raised his voice by an octave. Naruto was frightened when he heard Kurama's thunderous voice. His sleepiness was also scared away. But he really wanted to complain. Teacher Ju is really too strict. Naruto took a deep breath, and after waking up, he was going to be serious. He raised his fist and threw the first punch with all his strength. Bang! Hiss! It hurts. Teacher Ju was satisfied with the punch, but Naruto's temple was throbbing with pain. Considering not being taught a lesson by the big fox, he did not dare to squat, but just kept the action of punching just now, motionless. In his previous life, the pain he could endure was at most the degree of kicking the corner of the table with his toes. How could he bear it like this now? He also realized that this world is not as easy as he thought. Even if he is a prince with a cheat, if he does not have a heart to become stronger, it will be difficult to stand at the top of the world. Ju Lama noticed Naruto's abnormality, but did not remind him immediately, but spoke after a long time. Kid, keep going. Okay. Naruto made up his mind, gritted his teeth and started to hit the tree. The trees kept making bang 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 sounds under his beating. Blood gradually dyed the bark red, and even flowed down the surface to the ground. The first lesson that Ju Lama taught Naruto was to endure pain. You should know that the endurance of all strong people is unimaginable for ordinary people. Which ninja can't stand the slightest pain? You can't let your opponent wait and give you a chance to slow down after you have finished fighting in the future? Of course, Naruto also knows this truth. So he paid special attention to Ju's teachings. He swore that he didn't pay as much attention as he did when he changed the plan. With every blow, blood and sweat would splash onto his face as he swung his fist. At the same time, it was accompanied by severe pain and a tingling sensation like an ant bite. But as he was beating, Naruto found that it seemed as if it didn't hurt as much as the first punch. The amount of bleeding also gradually decreased. Hey! I recovered. Noticing something strange, Naruto raised his fists and put them in front of his eyes to observe. He found that except for a little blood on his hands, the original wounds had recovered as before. So that's it. I understand. It's the passive skill of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto suddenly realized that it was the powerful recovery power of his Uzumaki clan that worked. Kid, what are you doing? Keep going. Teacher Ju couldn't stand this kid being lazy, so he started to remind him with a buzzing sound. Okay. Teacher Ju. Relying on the recovery power buff, Naruto worked harder to hammer the tree. Are you kidding? The wound healed faster than he did after this punch. He has to practice hard. The third generation looked at Naruto standing in front of the tree, bang bang bang, and was suddenly silent. He took 2 puffs of his pipe, and his eyebrows were almost squeezed into a ball. One hand kept pulling his beard. He sat in front of the crystal ball for nearly an hour, but he didn't understand what this kid was doing. No. Which ninja would practice like this? Hit the tree, then hit the tree. But the problem is that this kid can't be said to be not standard at all, it can be said that he hits randomly. It's really strange if he can practice like this. I don't know why this kid started to work so hard. To be honest, the third generation was very pleased to see Naruto like this. But the problem is that you can't practice like this. Why don't you get a sandbag to hit? Just hit the tree. Why can't you get along with wood? The third generation sighed deeply, and looking at Naruto's hard work, he instantly felt much older. Minato. Did this kid lose his mind at first? Also, you are a member of the Uzumaki clan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There are so many ninjutsu waiting for you to learn, don't just practice taijutsu all at once. The third generation sat in the office, his beard and hair were almost plucked out, and he couldn't figure out anything. I'm really worried that this child will get sick if he continues to practice like this, so the third generation decided to let this child practice chakra refining and clone technique tomorrow. I think with these 2 things, Naruto probably won't practice taijutsu all the time. Bang! 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 The next day, the sound of pounding trees was heard again in the grove by the river. Fortunately, it was early in the morning and there were not many people around. Otherwise, they would definitely come to complain about this kid disturbing the peace at 6 in the morning. Today, Kurama didn't even call Naruto, and he woke up very consciously at the appointed time. After a simple wash and breakfast, he trotted all the way to the training place yesterday, and then started today's training. Thanks to the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he didn't have any scars when he went back last night. And Naruto found that his tolerance seemed to have improved. Now he didn't feel anything when pounding the tree. Except for the sound of bang 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 in his ears, he didn't feel any pain at all. He could even beat the rhythm while being distracted. It was very similar to the state of being distracted while spinning a pen in class in his previous life. Naruto. Grandpa is coming to see you on the way. Stop and take a rest. The voice of the third-generation old man suddenly came to his ears. Naruto turned his head and looked, his hands were moving all the time. Third-generation old man? Why are you running here? On the way? I don't believe you. Naruto doesn't believe what the third-generation old man said about on the way. This guy must have seen him practicing by the river and came to see his situation. However, Naruto was a little unsure about what the third generation came to see him for. Could it be that he couldn't bear to see me work hard? Oh, stop, don't get hurt. The third generation old man had a kind tone, but he was very puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this child is really addicted to practice? No. I must nip the child's signs of practicing physical skills. The third generation took out 2 scrolls from his arms and said to Naruto with a smile. Look, what good things did Grandpa bring you? Basic ninjutsu clone technique. And chakra refining technique. Naruto was speechless when he saw the third generation pretending to be so. Are you kidding me? You just gave me chakra refining technique and clone technique right away? Why don't you take out my father's flying thunder god? At worst, you can just hand over my mother's sealing technique. Of course, Naruto pretended to be very surprised on the surface. He walked quickly to the third generation, took the scroll, and acted extremely happy. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely work hard. The third generation finally showed a long-lost smile when he heard what the child said. He stretched out his hand to touch the child's head, but Naruto dodged it. The third generation's behavior seriously touched Naruto's red line. Still touching the head? Don't you know that patting your head won't make you taller? Naruto quickly dodged to the side and looked at the old man of the third generation with an angry face. This old man loved to pat his head since he was a child. If he doesn't grow taller in the future, it's all his fault. Hee hee. The third generation saw Naruto's funny look and smiled awkwardly. Then he began to tell him, practice before school starts. Grandpa will wait for your good news then. After that, the third generation put his hands behind his back and left slowly. In his heart, he was thinking. Now that I give Naruto 2 scrolls, I won't have to beat the tree to death anymore, right? He estimated that this child might not be able to extract chakra before school starts. Not to mention practicing the clone technique. It was indeed as the third generation thought. After he left, Naruto couldn't wait to open the scroll and read it carefully. The clone technique was still a little difficult for him now, so he just took a quick look and put it away. Later, his main energy was focused on refining chakra. Chakra in the human body. Naruto spent more than 20 minutes, repeatedly reading it several times, then sat cross-legged on the ground, made a 5-heart upward posture, and began to try to refine chakra. When Lama in the sealed space saw this scene, the whole fox was upset. What the hell is this kid doing? I have never heard of anyone refining chakra in this posture. Kid, what are you doing? 10 minutes later, Lama finally couldn't help asking. It really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Is this kid an idiot? Don't make noise. I'm feeling it. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto felt his legs numb. It was as if countless bugs had drilled into his trouser legs and were biting him. Naruto stood up with the help of the tree and limped on the spot. "Kid, your blood circulation is blocked in that position, so it's a miracle that you can extract chakra." "Hey!" After listening to the fox's words, Naruto was stunned. Down. "Isn't chakra refined in this way? There is no way. I have read too many fairy tales in my previous life, which caused Naruto to subconsciously put it into it. It always feels wrong to refine chakra without this posture. Then what posture should I use?" Hearing that his movements were not the key, Naruto began to humbly ask the grandfather in his stomach. "I have never heard of any specific posture required for refining chakra." "Whatever." Kurama felt that he was really going to be mad at this kid. What is he thinking? Oh, so. Although what Kurama said made sense, he still felt that chakra should not be refined in this way. It doesn't match the practice in his mind at all. If the conditions were not allowed, he would even want to make a flying sword. A little discouraged, Naruto leaned against the tree very reluctantly and began to refine chakra in an extremely comfortable posture. Kurama was relieved to see him like this. Although this kid's brain circuit is a little hard to understand, at least he is obedient. Before he could sigh for long, the light snoring of Naruto came from the outside world. "Little brat! Get up for me!" Just when he was sighing, this little brat slapped his face the next second. Kurama was so angry that he directly used some chakra to attack Naruto's body. Naruto, who was sleeping, felt as if he had been beaten up severely. He jumped up from the ground in an instant, still screaming. "Big Fox! What are you doing? What are you doing?" "Ah!" Naruto, who had just woken up, looked around and found that he was in the woods at this time. "Oh, right. I was just refining chakra, and then fell asleep. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't expect to fall asleep when I lay down." After realizing his behavior, Naruto immediately admitted his mistake. "Shut up. Keep going." Kurama interrupted him mercilessly, not accepting his apology at all. Naruto scratched his head, chuckled, and then officially began to refine chakra. This time he was very alert, just to avoid falling asleep like before. After a while, Naruto felt a warm current coming out of his stomach. He noticed it. "Blue chakra. Big Fox. I succeeded." "Shut up. Pay attention." Kurama interrupted him quickly when he saw that the boy was about to lose focus again. "Just after refining a little chakra, the tail is about to rise to the sky. When I was this old, I was not so proud." Since Naruto learned how to refine chakra, he still came to the riverside grove to pound trees every day. After a few days in a row, he almost developed a habit. In the morning, before he woke up, his body automatically walked to the riverside grove. When he woke up, he found that he was already bang bang bang. It's a pity that he hasn't practiced the clone technique yet. When I watched anime in my previous life, I saw that ninjas used clones easily. But when it was my turn to practice, I found that I not only had to remember the chakra running route in my body, but also had to control the output of chakra. Any use of too much chakra or too little chakra will affect the success rate of the technique. And the biggest impact is the big fox in the sealed space. Although Kurama has restrained his chakra, some of his red chakra is still mixed with his blue chakra. This resulted in Naruto's original input of chakra being just right. As a result, Kurama's chakra is always pulled in from time to time. Because of this, the clones Naruto used the clone technique several times before were completely broken and had no consciousness. Even worse than the one Naruto used in the original book. In the next few times, Naruto learned his lesson and reduced the chakra output. But the red chakra was very uncontrollable. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. He now understood why Naruto in the original book had such a hard time. The big fox didn't necessarily mean to disrupt. It was because the tailed beast had too much chakra, and a little chakra leaked was enough to disrupt the chakra of an adult ninja. He could use ninjutsu in this situation, even if it failed. It was quite remarkable. Naruto thought so to comfort himself, but still expressed some dissatisfaction with the big fox. The fox spirit in his stomach had been laughing since he practiced the clone technique, and it never stopped. Naruto listened to the laughter in his ears, and looked at the upper body and lower body of the clone on the ground, and couldn't help it anymore. Big Fox! Can you please stop laughing? It's because you bothered me that I couldn't succeed. Ha 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 ha! I've never seen such a funny clone. The fox ignored Naruto and laughed wildly. Naruto was so angry that he started practicing the clone technique in a fit of anger. Anyway, his chakra was enough for him to practice for a day and a night. In his previous life, he could practice the plan for several days and nights, so he didn't believe that he couldn't practice a small clone technique. So, the sound of bang 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 of the clone appearing and disappearing kept appearing around. Naruto also experienced failure again and again. Seeing Naruto's efforts, Kurama in the sealed space stopped laughing. The 1000th time, he finally transformed into a slightly normal clone. Although it looks like a mini version of himself, it is gradually approaching success. Then he performed the clone seal for another 5000 times. At the 5001st time, Naruto felt a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he suddenly understood. Since the tailed beast chakra will interfere with him, and the clone technique requires a fixed amount of chakra, then he can calculate the fixed amount of chakra, and then calculate the variable of the tailed beast chakra, and finally add up the two to reach the chakra of the clone technique. Isn't it good? The scroll given by the third generation old man did not write how much chakra the clone needs to operate. It just lists the roots in the body, the hand seals, and the purpose of the clone, and then there is nothing else. If you want to learn a ninjutsu, you have to keep trying until you find the minimum amount of chakra required for this ninjutsu to operate. Isn't this pure empiricism? Naruto thinks that most ninjutsu in the ninja world may be like this, and it is basically a I think about it approach. Those ninjas who try to learn ninjutsu are completely trial and error processes, and those who have fewer times are called geniuses. It is no wonder why Naruto in the original work taught Konohamaru to learn ninjutsu like that. Konohamaru is a genius for learning it. The overall feeling is like a little salt in a recipe, and it is also like the abstract description of various skills in martial arts novels. The main point is an abstraction. Big Fox. Is there any unit for chakra? Although in the anime, Kakashi used himself to compare with Naruto, and was later called a chakra measurement unit. In fact, it is just a joke, and this behavior is also a classic empiricalism. Naruto was afraid that Kurama wouldn't understand, so he changed to a simpler way of saying it. It's something that calculates chakra. For example, how much chakra is needed for a clone? Kurama was stunned when he heard this strange question. Why do you need this thing? Anyway, its chakra is endless, so why would it think about this? However, Kurama still began to think about the situation of Hashirama and Madara, as well as all the ninjas he had seen, and finally found that no one cared about this problem at all. What do you need this for? I have never seen anyone care about this. Well, the case is solved. After Naruto understood this, his expression became very strange. The development of the ninja world has been 1000 years, right? Why haven't they unified the standards? No wonder there is no progress at all. It's not unfair that he was beaten to the ground by the Otsutsuki clan in the later period. No way. Now that he knows this, he must first come up with a chakra standard. In this way, when learning ninjutsu in the future, he can learn it quickly by trying little by little according to the fixed amount. With the chakra unit, the standard can be set, which is equivalent to making the practice of ninjutsu more data-based. Compared with the current feeling and probably, it is unknown how many times better. After thinking it through, Naruto stopped practicing the clone technique and went back to lie down in front of the tree. Kurama was still wondering what this kid was doing, and then he saw Naruto appear in the sealed space. How should I do it well? Naruto touched his chin and wandered around the orchard while thinking. When he passed an apple tree, he found a fruit just next to his mouth, so he took a bite. Quack quack. He chewed the fruit, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and began to think. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes stopped on the light on the top of the sealed space. I understand. The number of light bulbs can be used as a unit to measure chakra. The lights in the system interface, including all lighting props in the module, and props that require energy to drive can be used to do this. Because for these props, there is no mandatory need for electricity or anything like that, as long as it is energy, it will be fine. Logically speaking, chakra should also be a kind of energy, right? In the sealed space, after Naruto figured out how to measure chakra, he took out a set of redstone lamps from the system on the spot. In order not to affect the beauty of the surrounding area of the villa, he specially took things and ran to the open space on the side of Ju-Lama. He had not yet started to transform the area around Ju-Lama's cage, so it was just right to build an experimental field. Naruto held the redstone lamp in his right hand and placed it on the ground little by little to form a square array. 100 redstone lamps faintly flashed red light in the sealed space, looking a kind of weird beauty. Ju-Lama saw the boy's actions and had a question mark on his head. It didn't know what the meaning of Naruto's doing this was. He was practicing the clone technique the moment before, but how did he run to the sealed space to play with cubes the next moment? Could it be this kid is being lazy? Ju-Lama was a little angry when he thought of Naruto accidentally falling asleep while refining chakra before. Kid, what are you doing? Kurama's tone was a little harsh. If this kid doesn't give him an explanation, he thinks he should teach him a lesson. He has put down his face to teach him, but you don't know how to cherish it at all? Big Fox, I'm doing something that can change the ninja world. Remember what I just said about measuring chakra? Naruto answered while checking the redstone lamp. What nonsense are you talking about? Kurama didn't understand and just thought that the kid was sick again. What measuring chakra? Look at Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, even the old man Ryudeo didn't care about such trivial things. Can you become stronger if you make something that can measure chakra? Ridiculous. Stop what you are doing and go out to practice for me. Kurama has gradually lost his patience. This kid hasn't completed the tree beating training this year, and he hasn't finished the clone training. Hide here and play now? It felt that Naruto didn't listen to what he said. Watch out, Big Fox. Naruto raised his hand and pressed it on the redstone lamp, then closed his eyes and prepared to input chakra. Then 1, 2, 3 lights lit up on the ground. It stopped when it lit up to 20 lights. Kurama was even more confused when he saw the red lights on the ground. And Naruto jumped up happily. The amount of chakra he just input was almost the amount of the clone jutsu. This does not include the chakra of the 9 tails. 20 lights. This should be the amount of the normal ninja to perform a clone jutsu, right? Then the question is, how much chakra do I have? According to the calculation that 1 clone jutsu equals 20 lights. Hiss. Naruto took a breath of cold air instantly. It seems, he has never calculated how many times he can use clones. Only in today's training, he performed this technique more than 5,000 times. According to the chakra in his body, he has consumed less than half. It's not even as fast as his own recovery. For the first time, Naruto also had a very intuitive feeling of his chakra amount. Tisk. He is really worthy of being Shitanla. Then Naruto took out the magic lamp and chandelier and roughly compared the energy ratio of the redstone lamp. Finally, he calculated the energy ratio between them. 20 redstone lamps equals 1 clone. 100 redstone lamps equals 1 magic lamp. 1000 magic lamps equals 1 magic chandelier. Combined with the formula, Naruto roughly calculated that his current chakra amount is between 80 to 100 magic chandeliers. That is to say, if he does not rely on the chakra of the tailed beast, he can perform a maximum of 400,000 clones. And that's without considering the situation where he can recover his own chakra. Even he felt that the amount of chakra was too outrageous. Before, when I watched Naruto, I didn't have a specific concept. I only knew that the Uzumaki clan had a lot of chakra. The original protagonist basically didn't have a situation where chakra was insufficient. Now he felt how strong the physique of his Uzumaki clan was. Okay, from now on, I will use the magic chandelier to measure chakra. Well, let's use magic as the unit. Naruto looked at the 3 square formations in front of him and seemed to remember them very well. He knew that he had created the history of the ninja world. After seeing so much, Kurama roughly understood what Naruto was doing. But it was very disdainful of Naruto's 100 magic chakra. Just now, Kurama calculated his own chakra a little, but found that his brain was about to burn and he couldn't calculate it. Anyway, the chakra that leaked out is more than Naruto's. Kid, I think it's meaningless for you to do these things. For example, you can't calculate my chakra. Naruto. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? How much chakra do you have? You don't know at all, right? Who would have nothing to do to calculate your chakra? Besides, this thing is made to assist me in practicing ninjutsu. In the future, it can also detect the chakra of the enemy. However, Naruto thinks that detecting the enemy's chakra is a bit useless. Most of the enemies he encounters in the future should have less chakra than himself. Big Fox, just watch. I will prove to you that this thing is very useful. Naruto left 2 words and exited the sealed space, and his consciousness returned to the outside world. He got up from the ground, picked up a branch and started writing and drawing on the ground. The 3rd generation had a headache looking at the crystal ball. He was shocked and pleasantly surprised to see Naruto extract chakra in less than a day. Just from the time required to extract chakra, it can be seen that this child is a genius. This also means that the future of Konoha village will become stronger. Moreover, since the clone technique was handed over to him, this child has not been practicing physical skills, but has been immersed in studying the clone technique. It is good news. But then the thing that gave the 3rd generation a headache happened again. This child is not bad in talent. How come he hasn't learned the clone technique after practicing it thousands of times? Doesn't a normal ninja master it after practicing it hundreds of times? Then, he saw Naruto give up practicing the clone technique and then write something he couldn't understand on the ground. What is this child thinking about? You can't tell me, you are creating your own ninjutsu? But why is there a menu for lunch written in a corner of the ground? The 3rd generation felt his blood pressure rise suddenly. Naruto was naturally thinking about what to eat for lunch today while working. But for now, he should practice the clone technique first. Big Fox, what do you think? When Naruto was calculating, he asked the fox in his body to see how much tailed beast chakra would be accidentally input every time he performed ninjutsu. You make a seal, and I will tell you. Naruto nodded, took a deep breath, recalled the amount of redstone chakra in his mind, and then began to make a seal. As he made a seal, orange and blue chakra appeared in Naruto's body again. 15 redstone chakra. Feel it yourself. Naruto did not release the ninjutsu, but just let the chakra run in his body. He was also feeling the extra chakra of the 9 tails. After all, he had to get used to the leakage of tailed beast chakra. Otherwise, he would not be able to master any ninjutsu quickly in the future. Julama's chakra is completely different from his own. If his own chakra feels like drinking a glass of water, Julama's chakra feels like drinking a mouthful of chilly water, which is very memorable. After remembering this feeling, Naruto opened his eyes and formed seals with his hands. Clone technique. Bang bang bang! Two figures exactly like Naruto appeared in the same place instantly. Successful! Seeing that he had successfully performed it, Naruto happily pulled his clone around in a circle. Idiot! At this time, a strange voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's ears. Following the sound, Naruto turned his head and saw a hedgehog-headed, poker-faced kid standing behind a tree, looking at him coldly. The ping-pong ball pattern on his body proved that he was a born evil Uchiha kid. Naruto instantly knew that the poker-faced kid in front of him should be Uchiha Sasuke. But why are you, an Uchiha, here? Judging from his appearance, he should have been looking at him for a while. Could it be that Sasuke has a habit of peeping at other people? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the guy in front of him with disdain on his face. As the school was about to start, he secretly ran here to train in order to improve his strength and give his brother a surprise. As a result, he heard a noisy sound nearby in the morning. Then he found that this guy who was about the same age as him was also training here. At first, he was shocked by this guy's tenacious will. But as time went on, Sasuke found that this was an idiot who couldn't even control his clone. It took a whole morning to succeed. It was just a basic ninjutsu, but he was so proud of himself after he succeeded. When he learned this technique, it took him 2 hours at most to master it. He felt that he was wasting his precious time by watching it all morning. He didn't know whether Sasuke was mocking himself or Naruto. Big Fox, help me see how much chakra this kid has. Naruto said silently in his heart. Kurama glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, and then looked at the magic lamp arrays in front of him. 0.5 magic. This kid is weaker than you. Hearing the words of the big fox, Naruto showed a stronger disdain on his face than Sasuke's face. Little bastard! Dare to pretend in front of me with only 0.5 magic chakra. Naruto looked up, glared at Sasuke with his nose, pointed at him, and said, "Hey, you are Uchiha, right? Let's have a fight." Sasuke was about to turn around and leave, but when he heard the other party's provocative remarks, he stopped and slowly turned his attention to stare at the guy in front of him. "Do you look down on Uchiha?" Sasuke attaches great importance to the honor of his family. The guy in front of him was disrespectful to the Uchiha clan in his words. "I must teach this yellow-haired boy a lesson." Naruto was speechless and couldn't figure out Sasuke's brain circuit. Do the Uchiha clan eat garlic every meal? Why is the tone so aggressive? You misunderstood. I just looked down on you. Naruto's words can be said to be full of sarcasm, and Sasuke was so angry that veins on his forehead popped out. He slowly walked up to Naruto and stared coldly into the guy's eyes. At this moment, Sasuke seemed to have figured out how to defeat this guy. "Very good, you succeeded in angering me. I will let you see the power of the Uchiha clan." Naruto smiled contemptuously, and then imitated Sasuke and made a seal of opposition. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Sasuke took out 3 kunai from his waist bag, took a step back, and threw them out one by one. The 3 kunai flew towards Naruto in a triangular shape. It was the first time for Naruto to fight, and to be honest, he didn't have much experience. The only experience that could be considered was the fight with his classmates in elementary school in his previous life. But how could this compare to the battles between ninjas in the Naruto world? Knowing that his combat experience was not as good as the other party, Naruto took out an iron door from the system, raised it up and rushed towards Sasuke. Clang clang clang! The 3 kunai hit the iron door with a crisp sound, and then bounced off and fell to the ground. Sasuke's face was squeezed together when he saw this situation. The opponent's operation can be said to be unprecedented. This was the first time Sasuke encountered such a situation, and he really couldn't handle it. Who would take out something to block the attack of kunai during a battle? Take my shield hit! Naruto seemed to have used the door panel in his hand as a shield, rushed to Sasuke in one step, and swung the door violently towards Sasuke's face. With great strength, the door panel was swung by Naruto with a whoosh sound. Sasuke looked at the big iron door, and his scalp was numb. Look at the material of this door panel. It is probably metal. How strong is this guy? Sasuke was shocked, and at the same time he turned sideways and somersaulted twice to avoid Naruto's shield hit. At this time, the third generation who was watching the two fighting had a sad face, and his mouth was clicking and smoking non-stop. Who taught Naruto to fight like this? Using door panels as weapons to attack the opponent? Isn't this a bit too much for a ninja, nu? Although it looks very outrageous. But Naruto did resolve the attack of the Uchiha kid. The third generation saw Naruto's 6-year-old body swinging the nearly 2-meter-long iron door in his hand vigorously, and instantly felt a headache. Realizing that his attack failed, Naruto immediately put away the door panel and formed seals with both hands the next second. Bang bang! After a burst of smoke, 2 clones appeared around. Naruto threw 2 iron rods from the system to them, and then 3 figures waved the rods and rushed towards Sasuke. The sense of oppression was full. There was no way, Naruto didn't have any ninja tools. He could only take out something from the system to fight. As for why he didn't take out the diamond sword, Naruto was really afraid of chopping Sasuke to death. Facing Naruto, who suddenly turned into a strange weapon, Sasuke's pupils dilated instantly. Strange blood limit? Interesting. Sasuke hooked a kunai with his fingers, and his expression gradually became serious. He was holding the kunai against his chest, intending to have a physical contest with the opponent. Whoosh! He lowered his head to dodge the attacking stick, and Sasuke supported the ground with one hand, kicked his legs to both sides at the same time, and kicked the 2 clones to pieces at once. Hee, that's all. After dealing with the 2 clones, Sasuke spoke coolly. But he found that the guy in front of him just now was gone. At this time, a purple light cocoon suddenly unfolded behind Sasuke, and a foot stretched out from it and kicked Sasuke's butt hard. Sasuke, who had just finished performing physical skills, had just balanced his body. After this kick, he was kicked and staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Naruto, who appeared again, swept his leg and kicked Sasuke, then rode on him and began to perform his tree-punching method. Bang, bang, bang! Although Naruto's fists were swinging without any rules, he was still fast. And while he was hitting, Naruto was thinking about Yawen's bullet fist in his mind. Fists rained down on Sasuke's face. The moment he fell, Sasuke had no time to protect his head and was hit several times. His whole brain became dizzy. When he reacted, he could only subconsciously protect his head with both hands to defend against Naruto's attack. Sasuke on the ground was completely stunned by Naruto's cuckold punch. Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke, who was pressed to the ground and beaten, could only vent his impotent rage. The third generation watched the whole battle and was shocked. Putting aside Naruto's fighting style, it was the purple light cocoon that Naruto just used. That was definitely the space-time ninjutsu. Looking at Sasuke, who was being beaten, the third Hokage was really worried that this kid would be beaten to a pulp by Naruto, and he would not know how to explain to Fugaku when the time came. He sighed, and then disappeared from the spot with a flash of body technique. Do you accept it or not? Damn, ah! I'm asking you if you accept it or not. You, ah! Naruto was hitting Sasuke on the ground with his fists, shouting arrogantly. Sasuke had never suffered such grievances since he was a child. This kid didn't fight according to the routine, and he even pressed himself to the ground. He was still shouting words like, do you accept it or not? The most important thing is that this guy only hit himself in the face. Unprecedented humiliation, verbal insults, and unprecedented anger spread in Sasuke's chest. Naruto, who was having a good time, suddenly found that the kid on the ground was beaten red. Sharingan. Naruto noticed the comma in his pupils and looked weird. Okay. Fighting with explosives, right? Today, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will let you know who is the protagonist. I want to kill. Sasuke, with a bruised face and a hoarse voice, growled and was about to explode in the next second. However, before he could finish, Naruto punched him in the face, interrupting his casting. Naruto, that's enough. Snap. At this time, Naruto found that his wrist was held by someone, and the voice in his ear was extremely familiar. It was the old man of the third generation. Looking back at him, Naruto stood up obediently and stood aside. You guy! The furious Sasuke stood up and stared at Naruto until a hand pressed on his head. It's okay, Sasuke. The battle is over. Sasuke's furious mood was immediately calmed down when he heard his brother's voice. Then he closed his eyes and fainted in Itake's arms. Naruto was a little speechless when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Sasuke to be opened by himself. You know, on the night of the genocide, Sasuke's parents offered sacrifices to the gods, and he only opened a Megatama. So, being beaten by yourself equals the night of genocide? From this, it can be seen that Sasuke, who was beaten on the ground, was as angry as on the night of the genocide. Itachi, I'm sorry. This child. The third generation said with a kind smile, but Naruto noticed that the old man paused when he saw Sasuke open his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking. Third generation, I didn't think highly of Sasuke. But Sasuke should thank this child for opening his eyes. Itachi smiled gently at Naruto. But Naruto didn't respond to his words at all, turned his head to the side, and didn't bother to pay attention to this filial son. Third generation, I'll take him back first. Itachi carried Sasuke on his back, said goodbye to the third generation, and turned away. As for the scene, only the third generation old man and Naruto were left. An old man and a child stood aside, and no one spoke first. After a long time, the third generation finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. Naruto, what's the matter with your space-time ninjutsu? The third generation actually came here mainly to ask Naruto about his ninjutsu. In the past, he thought he understood Naruto's strange blood limit, but who knew that this child could also use space-time ninjutsu? Moreover, it is of great strategic significance to have a ninja who can use space-time ninjutsu in a village. Just refer to the child's father Minato. Just now, when Naruto suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke, he looked a bit like Minato using Flying Thunder God. Naruto tilted his head and asked innocently, what is space-time ninjutsu? He had his own considerations for using the space gate in public just now. Anyway, his father is very good at using Flying Thunder God, so it should be reasonable for him to awaken a space-time ninjutsu, right? As for whether Nabekage Danzo will reach out to me. Does he really think that the old man Sandai is the village chief for nothing? He is the ultimate weapon of Konoha village, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and a taboo existence in the village. If he wants to touch me, he must first pass the test of the Hokage advisor and the old man Sandai. In addition, with such a convenient ability, it would be too troublesome to explain if he wanted to hide and use it secretly. It would be better to show it openly. Seeing Naruto's appearance, the Sandai realized that what he said was indeed problematic. How could a 6-year-old child know about space-time ninjutsu? Then he changed to a more understandable statement. It's the purple light cocoon you just used. Oh, you mean this? Naruto raised his hand and threw out the portal, and the purple light cocoon appeared out of thin air between the two. The hand of the Sandai pinching his beard tightened, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Because he didn't notice any chakra fluctuations at all. Looking at the purple light cocoon, the third generation stood beside this light cocoon as tall as a person and looked at it carefully. Looking inside, there was nothing to see except a piece of purple. After hesitating for a moment, the third generation slowly reached his hand in. The next second, another purple light cocoon suddenly appeared 5 meters away, along with the third generation's arm. This distance was deliberately controlled by Naruto. Although he didn't care about his ability being known by others, he still had to keep a hand. So he didn't dare to make anything too buggy. He didn't want to tell the third generation that he could teleport to any place he had been to. The third generation turned his wrist, moved it up and down, left and right, and looked at his hand not far away. He always had a strange feeling. It was as if his hand had its own ideas. After trying a few more times, the third generation old man grabbed Naruto and passed through the purple light cocoon. The next second, the figures of the two appeared 5 meters away. The captured Naruto could only secretly laugh at the third generation old man's cowardice. Naruto, how far is this light cocoon? About, from here to home. 500 meters. The third generation calculated roughly in his mind and nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to ask, how many times can you use it a day? About 10 or so times, I haven't tried it specifically. Is it the blood limit that has just awakened recently? The third generation took out his pipe and took 2 puffs, then fell silent again. Only 10 times. This space-time ninjutsu is really good. But there is a very fatal problem. Every time you teleport, a purple light cocoon will inevitably appear at the teleportation point. At first, the third generation thought that Naruto could become a new generation of purple flash like Minato on the battlefield in the future. But then think about it. Your light cocoon is so eye-catching, it would be strange if the enemy is not prepared. The only thing that can be used is to teleport a team or logistics transportation. Just when testing it just now, he found that this light cocoon can only last for less than 10 seconds. After thinking about it, this ability is really not as good as Flying Thunder God, and it is even a bit useless. Once the enemy knows the information in advance, it is almost like going to die. The third generation sighed again at the child's strange blood limit. However, this ability is more useful than the previous ones. Okay, I know. Try not to perform this technique in front of other people in the future, okay? Got it, Grandpa. Naruto replied obediently, and in his heart he was wondering why the old man didn't leave. The fox in his stomach was already urging him to eat. When Sasuke and Itachi returned home, Uchiha Fugaku was already standing at the door waiting. He had his hands behind his back and looked at the two brothers with a serious face. It looked like he had been waiting for a long time. Sasuke slowly woke up from Itachi's back. He looked at his father's serious expression and retracted his head. He was not worried about being scolded for fighting with that guy, but that he lost to an unknown guy. He was afraid of being scolded by his father. The pain on his face was always reminding Sasuke that he was beaten up today. If his father knew, he would definitely be very disappointed in himself, right? Humph. You still know how to come back. Fugaku looked at Sasuke, who was pretending to sleep coldly, and said unhappily. The third generation had just told him about the matter. He was not surprised that Sasuke lost to the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He would not be angry about this either. But the key is, now the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is so tense, and it is too late to contact the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at this time. Even if it was an unintentional act, the third generation would probably think twice. Today, the third generation sent someone to inform him, and he heard the warning. Seeing his father's appearance, Itachi turned his head to look at Sasuke on his back, smiled, and then said to Fugaku, "Father, Sasuke has opened his eyes." Humph. After hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku still snorted coldly, but the expression on his face eased a lot. It was just that this eldest son made him more worried. This child didn't know what this action meant at all. "Father, father! I didn't lose. That guy will use a very strange technique and suddenly appear behind me. Or else it's a space-time ninjutsu." Itachi added in time, as if he was also saying that Sasuke couldn't be blamed for today's failure. When he went to find Sasuke before, he had already seen the two of them forming the seal of opposition. When he first saw the door panel that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki conjured out of thin air, he guessed that the child had a bloodline limit of summoning jutsu, or a bloodline limit related to space and time. It was not until the nine-tailed Jinchuriki opened the purple light cocoon and disappeared on the spot that he was sure that the child should have a bloodline limit of space and time. After hearing the words of space and time ninjutsu, Fugaku fell into deep thought. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki can use space and time ninjutsu. How old is he? He has just started to refine chakra, right? Are these two kids fooling themselves? After being shocked, he immediately thought of the fourth Hokage who had profound attainments in space and time ninjutsu. Thinking about it, it didn't seem so outrageous. It was probably because the son of the fourth Hokage awakened some space and time bloodline limit. Sasuke listened to his brother's words and looked confused. What space and time ninjutsu? I have never heard of it before. Damn it! Why is that guy so strong? Sasuke stroked his face with one hand, thinking of the Sharingan he had just opened, and felt a little proud. Wait! I will defeat that guy with these eyes. Itaki, come with me. Sasuke, go to the living room and kneel for an hour. You are not allowed to eat before the time is up. After instructing the two brothers, Fugaku took Itaki away. Sasuke glanced at his brother, walked to the living room dejectedly, and kept reviewing the battle in his mind. Now thinking back, I was just careless for a moment. That guy's physical skills are terrible, and there are flaws all over his body. If I give myself another chance, I will definitely pin him to the ground and beat him. Paula. By the river, the burning wood kept making sounds. An old man and a child sat around a campfire. Grandpa, you can eat it now. Naruto sat on a rock and handed a charred grilled fish to the old man of the third generation. He was really helpless. The old man insisted that he hadn't seen him for a long time and insisted on staying by the river to eat his grilled fish. I just saw him last week. Naruto simply grilled the fish until it was charred. Come on. Hurt each other. The third generation pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at the burnt fish, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He looked around at the black thing in Naruto's hand, and doubted whether it could be eaten. Looking at Naruto, who was eating delicious food with a black face, the third generation stopped talking all of a sudden. Grandpa, don't you want to eat it? Didn't you just say you wanted to try my cooking? What a delicious grilled fish! Grandpa, why don't you eat it? Naruto looked at the third generation with hope, as if not eating it would hurt the young heart of a 6-year-old child. Ahem! Naruto, I suddenly remembered something else. I have to go back first. The third generation stood up suddenly, with his hands behind his back, and walked at a speed that didn't look like a little old man in his 70s. That speed was even faster than an 18-year-old boy running. The third generation was really worried that he would get a stomachache after eating the grilled fish. This kid really relied on his physical condition to do whatever he wanted. After watching the third generation leave, Naruto threw away the grilled fish in his hand. Pft, pft. Finally left. Otherwise, if the third generation continued to stay here, he would really have to bite the bullet and eat this burnt fish, with a hungry fox in his stomach. Naruto took out the magic dragon meat and threw it on the rack to grill. While brushing oil, he sprinkled seasonings. There was no way to see the clumsy appearance of the grilled fish just now. It took about 20 minutes for Naruto to eat the delicious grilled meat he had been thinking about. Although he didn't consume much in today's battle, it should be okay to reward himself with something good. After finishing, Naruto threw out the space door, went in and returned home, and then his consciousness came to the sealed space and began to feed the fox. Hey, kid! You have some opinions about the third generation. Kurama grinned meaningfully. Through these years of observation, it is not difficult to see that Naruto really hates Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Naruto acted very well, he could not deceive his disgust in his heart. How about, do you want me to help you? Gulp. Naruto threw a piece of meat into the fox's throat, directly blocking its mouth. The temptation of food interrupted Kurama's thoughts. Come on! As soon as the big fox opened his mouth, he knew what he was going to say. It was nothing more than them cooperating with one person and one fox to blow up Konoha village. Naruto was still very satisfied with the current situation, and he was not stupid enough to do something to betray the village. Even if he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it would not work. Do you really think that might guys your grandmother is knocking on the door kick won't kill you? Besides, I'm in urgent need of time to grow up now, so there's no need to do anything unnecessary. Besides, there's a wife waiting for me in the village. After feeding the fox manually for a while, Naruto felt his arm starting to ache again. He simply took out the things of the automation module and started to build an automatic barbecue device next to the cage. It wasn't enough to build one, Naruto also made a giant barbecue grill, just so that the fox could grill itself when it was empty. He built a big pit similar to a swimming pool to put the ingredients, and Naruto turned his head and said to Kurama, "Big Fox, I've prepared it for you. You grill it yourself when you're hungry. If it doesn't work, press the button at the door, and this conveyor belt will automatically send the meat to you." Naruto patted the automatic assembly line next to him and said seriously, "For the big fox, grilling meat and pressing buttons, it only needs to separate a hand of chakra to complete the operation." "I know." Kurama raised his head proudly, his eyes always glancing at the ingredients. He usually saw Naruto grilling meat, and he also wanted to try it, but unfortunately he never had the chance before. Now, this kid not only made ninja tools that can be delivered to his mouth, but also made a grill that fits his size, which really satisfied Kurama. Gulp. After swallowing hundreds of pieces of grilled meat, Kurama may feel bad in his heart, so he specially reminded Naruto, "Kid, go to bed early. Tomorrow I will supervise your training." Naruto's mouth curled up when he heard it. Oh, a proud fox. The next day, Naruto's figure still appeared in the riverside grove. It's just that he came here using the space gate. He stood in front of the big tree and started to hit the tree. The third generation had just arrived at the Hokage building and wanted to see how Naruto was training today. As a result, when the crystal ball was opened, he found that the child started to hit the tree again. This made the third generation very worried. He rubbed his temples, and his mind was full of the scene of using the blind Kun 8 punches when fighting Uchiha Sasuke yesterday. It's broken. Yesterday he won once. This kid really thought that hitting the tree had trained something? When he thought of Naruto's successful extraction of chakra and the 3 days of hard practice of the clone technique, the third generation didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. You want to say that this child is a genius? Which ninja has practiced the clone technique tens of thousands of times? But if you say that this child is stupid. It took him 3 days to learn the basic clone technique. The clone technique is not difficult, but it takes at least a week for an ordinary kid to master it. The only difference between them is that Naruto has much more chakra than other ninjas. If it weren't for the large amount of chakra in Naruto, he would have died long ago with this training method. And the third generation is now worried that this kid is practicing taijutsu again. Looking at his weak punches and steps, it is estimated that he has not even used half of his power. But he is still practicing every day. Every time the third generation looks at the crystal ball, the veins on his forehead jump up. In the end, he simply turned off the telescope technique, out of sight, out of mind. But he was really afraid that Naruto would do something wrong, so the third generation gave an order to the Anbu. "Let Might Guy and Kakashi come to see me." "Yes." Third generation. Bang. Naruto's thoughts were flying, and his hands kept hitting the tree trunk. Since Naruto's arrival, the surface of the tree has sunken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every time Naruto punches, some wood chips will be brought up. It will probably not be long before Naruto has to change the training equipment. Not far away, Might Guy and Kakashi watched Naruto's every move. The two watched for about half an hour, and their heads hurt as much as the third Hokage. Guy, that child will be useless if he continues to practice like this. Well, although he is very passionate, he really can't support the burning youth if he doesn't master the correct training method. Might Guy saw the child's incomprehensible training method, and he was so itchy. Before, when he heard the third Hokage say that there was a hard-working child in the village, Might Guy was very excited. He even thought about taking him in as a disciple. However, the third Hokage told him that the child's identity was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Hearing this, Might Guy was stunned and silent. Although he is passionate, his mind is not all about muscles. If he accepts the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as his apprentice, the third generation will definitely tear him apart. Moreover, the third generation specifically emphasized that he was only going to teach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki the wrong way to practice physical skills, and he must not let this child be interested in physical skills. Kakashi looked at Naruto's small figure, and his teacher's face appeared in his mind. The two overlapped at this moment. He looked at it twice again, and felt a little sour in his nose. The long-forgotten emotions surged in his heart again. It's all because the teacher is not here. Because there is no one to guide, this child practiced randomly. The two looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and then walked on the road pretending to pass by. They didn't take the initiative to contact Naruto. In order to follow the third generation's intention, they had to play the role of a senior ninja who was good at physical skills in the village, met a hard-trained boy, and then guided him after the boy asked. However, they passed by the kid 10 times, but didn't attract his attention. It was as if the kid's mind was completely focused on the tree in front of him. In fact, Naruto had already noticed these two guys. One with white hair and the other with green skin. The characteristics were so obvious that it was hard for him not to notice them. If these two guys weren't Kakashi and Might Guy, he, Uzumaki Naruto, would have eaten the tree in front of him. They passed by him several times in a row, looking worried. It was obvious that they were sent by the third-generation old man. As for their purpose, it's not clear yet. The two kept wandering in front of him, which made Naruto really annoyed. Hey! Two uncles, what's the matter with you? Can you stop walking around in front of me? I still need to practice. Might Guy and Kakashi twitched his lips when he heard Naruto's words. Still training? Look at the tree with holes in it, and then look at his fist-swinging movements. Are you really not chopping trees? However, the two were shocked by Naruto's abnormal physique. This kid is only 6 years old. With the wrong fist-swinging posture, he almost knocked a tree to the ground. They couldn't do it when they were Naruto's age. Even Might Guy, a taijutsu fanatic, didn't dare to practice so hard when he was a child. If he fights with his bare hands for a day, his hands will probably be useless the next day, and he won't be a ninja from then on. They heard from the third generation. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been beating trees here for several days. Kakashi looked at Naruto's two little hands without any blood on them, and they were instantly unable to do it. What kind of abnormal physique is this? Hey! Boy! My best friend and I just happened to pass by here and found that your movements are not right. If you keep practicing like this, you will. While talking, Might Guy glanced at Naruto, who had no problem at all, and immediately shut up. Boy! Let me show you the correct punching movement. Naruto was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. His punching movement is wrong? It shouldn't be. He watched those boxing matches in his previous life, and Master Ye of Wing Chun all fought like this. Just look at Sasuke, who was beaten by him yesterday and had no power to fight back, and you will know that the effect is outstanding. Just as he was puzzled, the green melon peel on the side was already shouting and punching a tree next to him. Boy! The technique of exerting force is to start from the feet, hips, and finally use the waist to drive the fist. Bang! Might Guy demonstrated it again, and then started punching and kicking the tree, showing the basic physical attack clearly to Naruto. "Do you understand?" Kakashi said indifferently with his eyes wide open. "What Might Guy demonstrated just now should not be difficult." "Got it." Seeing the physical technique demonstrated by a special Jonin, Naruto understood it all at once. To put it in a certain anime in his previous life, the human body has 3 hearts. He knows everything about this. He recalled Might Guy's movements in his mind, and then imitated him and punched. Boom! With a punch, it collapsed, splashing a cloud of dust. The tree finally couldn't bear the weight of the 9 tails Jinchuriki's fist. Kakashi's eyelids twitched when he saw this kid knock down a tree with 1 punch. This kid shouldn't have learned Tsunade's strange strength, right? Although the tree was destroyed by 1/3 before, it was already very scary that this kid could knock down the tree with 1 punch. Kakashi estimated that this punch would cause damage to himself. The most important thing is, he is still a child over 6 years old. Kakashi didn't know what to say. He could only mourn for this kid who would be the leader of the team in the future. Yes. The action is very accurate. Might Guy waved his right hand fiercely, and then gave Naruto a thumbs up. The sun shone on his melon-shaped head and flashed a strange light, and his 2 rows of white teeth were also reflected by the ground. Naruto awkwardly tapped his toes a few times. "Young man, keep working hard. Youthful passion can't stop here." Might Guy's passionate speech made Kakashi cover his face and couldn't bear to watch. Is it really okay to say that? If this kid practices physical skills to death from now on, you can wait to be beaten by the 3rd generation. Perhaps touched by Naruto's hard work, Might Guy dragged Kakashi to the training ground for a duel of youth. After watching the 2 leave, Naruto once again pondered the power-generating technique he had just learned. At this point, he could punch a tree into a hole the size of a fist with 1 punch. But Naruto estimated that there might not be enough trees in this forest for him to pluck in the future. A month passed quickly in Naruto's training. Since Naruto mastered the technique of exerting force, his speed of pulling trees has increased by many times. The trees in the grove by the river fell one after another. Every time the 3rd generation saw Naruto pull down a tree, his head would hurt a little. Now there is always anti-hypertensive medicine in the drawer. What's wrong with this kid? He was worried that if he continued like this, the greening projects that the 1st generation had done would not be enough for this kid. But fortunately, school starts today. He guessed that this kid probably doesn't have much time to pull trees, right? Big Fox, what do you think of this set? Shut up! Naruto asked the fox spirit in his stomach in a chattering manner, wanting to hear appropriate suggestions from it. After all, today is the 1st day of school, and he has no other friends in this world. The only one he can share and chat with is Kurama. Kurama didn't buy his account, just thought Naruto was noisy. This kid doesn't even take a good look. The clothes in the closet are all white and black. Are there any other colors? What can it choose? The big fox's scolding did not affect Naruto's good mood. He changed into a black suit, stood in front of the mirror and turned around, feeling very satisfied. Okay. Let's go to school. Naruto muttered to himself, raised his hand and threw out the space door, and jumped into the purple light cocoon. At the gate of the ninja school, many parents are sending their children to school. Some of them are Konoha ninjas, and some are Konoha civilians. In short, each child is accompanied by a few adults. When the ninja school opens, it is also the most lively day in Konoha village. And the 3rd generation will give a speech to the students later. Considering the face of the village chief, everyone has to come to support him. The 3rd generation stood on the stage, frowning as he looked at the parents and children gathered in the playground, but there was no figure of Naruto. Did this child sleep late? Can't it be possible? Seeing Naruto's expectant look before, he shouldn't be late on the 1st day of school. The 3rd generation sighed deeply. He always felt that since the birth of Naruto, he felt that he had aged a lot because of this child. Go and see if Naruto has set off. The third generation just gave an order to the Anbu around him, and the next moment he saw a purple light cocoon suddenly appear on the playground. This child. The third generation's expression instantly became wrinkled. He remembered that he had told Naruto not to perform this technique in front of outsiders. Why is this child so worrying? The purple light cocoon that suddenly appeared on the playground instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd began to riot because of this strange thing. Protect Miss Hinata. Lord Fugaku, please take the young master out. Is it that other ninja villages are attacking us? What on earth is this? Various voices rang out in the crowd. Itaki, who was standing next to Sasuke, saw this familiar technique and realized that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had arrived. All the children hid behind their parents at the same time, and some of the parents took out kunao from their ninja tool bags and began to be on guard. Once an enemy appeared, they would protect their children first. Uzumaki Naruto, come! Naruto didn't know why, but he wanted to shout this out. Maybe it was the atmosphere of the start of school, so he felt it was wrong not to shout something. As a result, as soon as he finished shouting, he saw a group of ninjas surrounding him. The stern expressions on these people's faces made people think they were guarding against strong enemies. Hey! Wait! Naruto suddenly realized that he had teleported to the crowd, and his expression froze. Thinking of his Chiyunobu's speech just now, his toes curled up. Damn! How embarrassing! As for the parents who sent their children to school, when they heard the familiar name of Uzumaki Naruto, they first breathed a sigh of relief and put down their weapons. Maybe everyone is not familiar with this kid in front of them, but the older generation of ninjas of the Uzumaki clan know him. Then, they began to think. Uzumaki Naruto? The last Uzumaki clan member in the village was Uzumaki Kushina, and this kid obviously doesn't have red hair. Who is this kid? Since the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has not appeared in everyone's eyes for 6 years, many people have almost forgotten that their village still has a 6-year-old Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Shikaku stared at the child's short golden hair, his eyes gradually narrowed, and then explained to everyone. Put down your weapons. They are all our companions in the village, not our enemies. Everyone put down their weapons after hearing what Shikamaru said. But they remembered the scene just now. The purple light cocoon that appeared out of thin air, the yellow-haired kid that suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, many of the jonins present were shocked. What was that just now, a space-time ninjutsu? Impossible, right? This kid looks only 6 years old. It should be a special bloodline limit. Hiss. Then won't this kid's future achievements be the same as the 4th generation? Everyone was amazed and sighed at the space-time bloodline limit of the child in front of them. Later, the topic suddenly turned to the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. As a result, many people found that the child also had yellow hair. Impossible? This child can't be the child of the 4th generation. Wait. What did he just say? Uzumaki Naruto. I remember that the 4th generation's wife is from the Uzumaki clan. What? It's actually the orphan of the 4th generation. Within a few words, everyone was convinced that the yellow-haired child in front of them must be the orphan of the 4th generation Minato. Shikamaru stood beside his father and asked in a low voice. Father, is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki the child of the 4th generation? Shikaku didn't answer, but looked at the 3rd generation on the stage meaningfully, and Shikamaru had already got the answer from his father. Sasuke poked his head out from behind Fugaku and found that it was that guy, and his teeth were almost broken. Damn it! It's him again! He's so arrogant to show off in front of so many people. Not far away, little Hinata saw Naruto with short hair, and her mind flashed with the figure who sent her home at the beginning, and the figure who suddenly appeared and saved her when she was bullied some time ago. It's great! I can see Naruto every day. When she thought of this, Hinata's ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she felt that her heart would jump out if she continued to look at Naruto's figure. Hinata, who was too shy, hid behind Hayashi again, but still stole a glance at Naruto. The people around realized that Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the fourth generation, and they all smiled enthusiastically. "Hey! Child, go to your uncle's house for dinner today." "No. Child, you come home with me today, the food in my house is definitely better than others." "Child, what do you think of my daughter?" Many ninjas began to invite Naruto to their homes, and some of them were introducing him to a girl. Of course, except for those big ninjas who did not make any moves, their eyes looking at Naruto became extremely complicated. They naturally knew the identity of this child. It was the first time that Naruto faced so many people, and they were so enthusiastic. For a moment, he was a little overwhelmed. How come it was the first day of school? It seemed a little different from what he thought. Wasn't it that the common children shouted that he was a fox demon, and then he slapped them in the face with his powerful strength? How did everyone inexplicably guess that he was the son of the fourth generation? If it weren't for the fact that it was not posted online now, Naruto would have posted a post on Hohu to ask the main friends to post it. He even thought of the title. He was in Konoha, and his identity as the Prince of Konoha was discovered just after school started. What should he do next? Waiting online very urgently. On the other side of the village, Danzo had received the report from the Root Ninja. After reading all the information about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Very good. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki actually has a time-space bloodline limit. I must get him. The third generation was upset when he saw the commotion below. He asked Naruto to come to school so that the child could form a bond with his companions in the village. The rumor about the nine-tailed demon fox was also to make Naruto experience pain in advance, so that he would cherish everything in the village later. Is there any problem with doing this? Of course not. After all, the major ninja villages almost all operate in this way. Even Kushina went through this process at the beginning. Everything is for the village. There is nothing wrong with sacrificing a little Jinchuriki to maintain the village. But the third generation really didn't expect that Naruto would not buy into this at all. He started spreading the rumor about the nine-tailed demon fox 5 years ago. When Naruto went out for the first time to experience the rumor, the third generation pinched his beard and was very relieved that everything went according to his plan. After the child was scolded and hated by the villagers, he locked himself in the house and never went out. At that time, the third generation was still worried that the child was too fragile to recover. As a result, as time went by, the third generation gradually found something wrong. This kid locked himself up at home for half a year. When he went in, he saw that the silly boy was lying on the ground happily playing with wood. He didn't look fragile at all. Why did the third generation still think that when Naruto grows up, he will go to the street to buy things or go out for a walk? Then, he found that Naruto awakened those strange blood limits. Then the little Naruto who had no worries about food and drink never appeared in everyone's sight again. So when he appeared today, those who had scolded Naruto the nine-tailed demon fox had forgotten about it. Now, not only did he fail to make Naruto feel the importance of his companions in advance, but he exposed his identity as the orphan of the fourth generation. This is not the result that the third generation wanted at all. Ahem. Standing on the stage, the third generation coughed several times in a row before drawing the attention of the audience to himself. Then he began a speech that lasted more than an hour. During this time, Naruto found Hinata, a little lowly, peeking at him, and smiled at her. As a result, the little girl must be too shy and hid behind Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi found that the yellow-haired kid had bad intentions towards his daughter, and glared at him fiercely. Feeling the unfriendly eyes of his future father-in-law, Naruto subconsciously felt guilty. After all, he did want to take advantage of others. Although not now, it is a matter of time. Looking at Hinata, who was blushing, he suddenly showed a presumptuous smile. Yes. What am I afraid of this old deng? He, Uzumaki Naruto, a yellow-haired man, will go to the Hyuga clan old deng to see the power of the yellow-haired man after his 18th birthday. It's a pity that the Hokage doesn't have a will-o'-the-wisp, otherwise he would have to perform a scene. Is Deng Huo safe in front of the door? Humph. Hinata Hayashi saw that the yellow-haired kid's smile was getting more and more presumptuous, and his face turned blue with anger. If it weren't for the fact that the Byakugan couldn't kill people, this kid would have died in front of him thousands of times. So, a good opening ceremony was turned into a no-blinking competition by Naruto and Hayashi. Sasuke, who was not far away, looked at Naruto with red eyes. When he thought that the other party was the son of the heroic fourth generation, Sasuke felt an inexplicable powerlessness in his heart. Standing in front of him, Sasuke felt a little ashamed of himself. But thinking back to the previous battle, it seemed that he had a chance to defeat him. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were red, and he thought to himself, wait. I will definitely defeat you and prove the power of the Uchiha clan. Naruto was looked down upon by his mother's family throughout the whole process, and he didn't notice Sasuke, who was looking at him with red eyes. The third generation did not explain Naruto's identity during the whole speech. Even though many people asked him, he ignored them. Those ninjas knew the inside story and didn't ask much, but many of them were ninjas and civilians who didn't know the situation. They only knew that the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to save everyone in Konoha village on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. And the orphan of the fourth Hokage was the son of a hero, which was a big event that shocked the whole village. Third generation master, that child is the child of the fourth Hokage, right? Yes. Why didn't you tell everyone for so long? Third generation master, is there any hidden secret in this? The third Hokage didn't answer directly, but responded to their questions with a stiff smile. Then the third Hokage didn't respond to everyone's words, turned his head and said to all the children, "Let's stop here today. Children, remember that wherever there are leaves flying, fire will burn. The shadow of fire will illuminate the whole village and make new leaves sprout. When you want to protect the people you cherish, the power of ninja will be truly manifested." The third generation finally gave a few more instructions, turned around and left with his hands behind his back. When he heard the villagers asking whether Uzumaki Naruto was really the child of the fourth generation Minato, his whole face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This made the third generation leave even faster. He has not yet thought about how to deal with Naruto's identity. According to the third generation's original plan, he was going to wait until Naruto became an adult, or truly inherited the will of fire, before telling the child's life story. Who would have thought that this child's identity as the son of the fourth generation would be recognized by everyone on the first day of school? Why didn't you recognize that this child was also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? After returning to the Hokage's office, the third generation began to think about how to deal with this matter. Knock knock. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. The third generation supported his chin with both hands, still thinking. As a result, when he looked up, he found that it was Danzo. He thought about Naruto, and carefully looked at Danzo's expression, and roughly knew what this guy came to him for. Then he asked calmly, "Danzo, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Hiruzen, give me the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, I will definitely." "Enough." Before Danzo finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by the third generation. It can be seen that the third generation was very angry at this time. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha village can only be controlled by himself, how could he give it to Danzo? After giving it to him, will he control the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and then pull himself down and replace him? Therefore, Danzo's request directly touched the third generation's reverse scale. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki has a good talent. If you give it to me, I will definitely train him to be the strongest tailed beast Jinchuriki." Danzo didn't care about the furious expression of the third generation. Anyway, he had to quarrel with this guy every time he came. Don't even think about Naruto. The third generation slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily. The office was suddenly filled with gunpowder, as if a little spark could cause an explosion. After a long silence, Danzo was the first to bow his head, but he still said stubbornly, "Hiruzen, you will regret it." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." The third generation stated his identity and reminded him not to go too far. Hearing the word Hokage, Danzo looked sour and then slammed the door and left. After the third Hokage left, the children of the ninja school went to their assigned classes according to the list. Naruto walked into the classroom and saw Hinata sitting in the back row at a glance. At this time, many classmates in the class also noticed Uzumaki Naruto. They heard the adults clearly about what happened on the playground just now. All the children knew that this blonde classmate was the son of the fourth Hokage. Although these children did not know the deeds of the fourth Hokage, he was a Hokage after all. "I heard from the adults that he was a great hero who saved the village." So they naturally had a good impression of Uzumaki Naruto. "Are you kidding? This is the son of a hero. I can show off to others when I make friends with him. Naruto Uzumaki, sit here with me. Sit here. I have some new comics here. Naruto, sit here with me, I'll share my snacks with you." Most of the classmates in the class began to chatter around Naruto, and some even almost quarreled for the chance to sit at the same table with Naruto. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, smiled contemptuously, then turned his head and looked out the window and began to daydream. "The son of the fourth Hokage? I will definitely defeat you." Harano Sakura saw Sasuke's expression, and excitedly grabbed Ino and shook her, shouting, "So handsome! Really so handsome! Uchiha Sasuke is so handsome!" Ino took a look and also fell into a state of infatuation. Hinata looked at Naruto and saw how popular he was, her eyes dimmed, and she buried her head in her arms. "He is so popular. He must have forgotten me." Hinata felt uncomfortable when she heard the laughter of others and Naruto. Naruto saw Hinata lying on the table, dealt with a few classmates perfunctorily, and slowly walked to Hinata's seat. No one was sitting next to Hinata. On the right sat Shikamaru, who was in a daze, and Koji, who was eating snacks. He stretched out his finger, tapped Hinata's arm, and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto." Hinata looked up at Naruto, and she found that the smiling Naruto seemed to be glowing. 3 different figures appeared in Hinata's mind. Naruto, who sent her home at the age of 3, Naruto, who helped her at the age of 5, and Naruto, who was standing in front of her at this time. 3 figures overlapped and shouted at the same time, "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto." She was so absorbed in watching that she forgot to answer Naruto for a while, and forgot to be shy. Seeing the little girl standing there, Naruto thought Hinata had forgotten him, so he stretched out his hand and waved in front of Hinata. "Ah! Sorry. I am Hyuga." Hinata. Coming back to her senses, Hinata was so embarrassed that she couldn't say her name for a long time. Looking at Naruto sitting next to her, her eyes suddenly turned black and she fainted on the desk. Domino Irika came to the classroom with a list of these students, looking worried. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Uzumaki Naruto knock the eldest lady of the Hyuga family unconscious. He had begun to worry about his teaching career in the next few years. To be honest, he actually had a complicated feeling about Uzumaki Naruto. First, he learned from the 3rd generation that Naruto was the 9 tails Jinchuriki in the village. And the 9 tails sealed in this child was the murderer of his parents. At first, Domino Irika directly regarded Uzumaki Naruto as the murderer of his family. But just now, Irika heard people saying that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation in the playground. This directly crashed his brain for 3 minutes. Finally, he roughly figured out what Uzumaki Naruto was all about. The fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife used their lives to stop the tailed beasts in order to save the village, and also sealed the nine-tailed beast into their son's body. It can be said that the whole family is the lifesaver of Konoha village. Thinking of his attitude when he learned about Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka felt very uncomfortable. In short, it was very uncomfortable. Iruka glanced at Naruto and decided to take him to eat ramen after school today, so that he would feel less guilty. But next, I have to get to know my students first. Iruka walked to the podium and said to everyone with a smile. Okay, let's start the class. Let me introduce myself to you all. My name is Umino Iruka. I like hot springs and Ichiraku ramen. The food I hate most is rice with toppings. My dream is that everyone will pass the exams smoothly in the future. Become a ninja. Naruto sat in the back row and was drowsy from listening. At first he was a little interested in the ninja school, but when he really experienced it, he felt it was very boring and tedious. In his previous life, he had entered society, but now he had to continue to attend classes in the ninja school. If Hinata hadn't been sitting next to him, he really didn't want to stay for a moment. As we all know, the feelings in the world of Naruto are cultivated from childhood. Just refer to your parents. Naruto suddenly became extremely entangled. At this time, he felt like supreme treasure with the golden hoop in his hand. If I skip class, I can't cultivate feelings with Hinata. If I don't skip class, he will have to spend extremely torturous days in class in the future. Anyway, he doesn't plan to study in the ninja school. After all, no matter how powerful the things in school are, can they be as powerful as the teacher Ju in my belly? Naruto imitated Hinata, lying on the table, and his consciousness entered the sealed space to play with the fox. Uzumaki Naruto! Uzumaki Naruto! Feeling his arm being touched a few times, Naruto slowly raised his head and looked around in confusion. Uzumaki Naruto, come up and introduce yourself. Iruka sighed, then gently asked Naruto to come forward. He had a hunch, this kid would cause trouble for him in the future. Naruto slowly walked to the podium and stood there for 2 seconds. Because he was distracted the whole time, he didn't listen to how everyone introduced themselves. So he turned his head and asked Iruka. Teacher, how should I introduce myself? Name, hobbies, and ideals. Naruto nodded, straightened his clothes, and then said loudly, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. My hobby is farming. There is nothing wrong with what he said. If Uzumaki Naruto didn't like farming, he really couldn't have played in the sealed space for so many years. Moreover, a person who is a flower farmer still has farming genes in his bones even if he travels through time. The third generation who was watching with the telescope almost pulled his beard out when he heard this. He knew it. Naruto seems to have a crazy fascination with farming since he was a child. This hobby is very good, there is no problem at all, and it will not affect others. But, you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Can you stop being so useless? Third generation taking a deep breath, he felt his blood pressure rising again, and quickly took out the anti-hypertensive medicine from the drawer and swallowed it. Ideal. Naruto paused at this point. He was not like the prince in the original book who always clamored to be the village chief of Konoha village. To be honest, Konoha is not a big place, and there are a lot of things to do. There are no benefits, and the salary is insufficient. It's even more of a slave than the cattle and horses in the previous life. Just look at how long Naruto in the original book didn't go home after becoming the 7th generation. Naruto doesn't want to become like this in the future. After thinking for about 3 or 4 seconds, he continued, my ideal is teach a lesson to an uncle I know. Then beat up all the hedgehog heads. Uchiha Sasuke? The third generation felt less headache after hearing Naruto's ideal. Although I don't know why this kid's ideal is so strange, the core of this ideal is to become stronger anyway. Anyway, as long as Naruto thinks about becoming stronger, the third generation can put his heart back. Then he remembered that he asked Kakashi and Might Guy to meet Naruto some time ago. The uncle and hedgehog head, this kid is talking about our Kakashi and Guy. Hee, not bad. It's a bit ambitious. The third generation smiled with relief. He didn't know how great Naruto's ideal was. As Naruto introduced himself, many people began to ask the most concerned question. That Uzumaki Naruto, is your father really the fourth Hokage? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Naruto again, hoping to get a definite answer from him. Naruto was subconsciously stunned when he heard this question. How should he answer this question? Although he knew his life experience, he couldn't tell such a thing from his own mouth. If he admitted it today, the third generation old man would find him tomorrow and ask him how he knew it. Anyway, if he wanted to tell the truth, he would definitely need to make up one lie after another to cover it up in the future. Now he is weak. If he says something wrong, it will be easy to get into trouble. When I become stronger, there will be a senior ninja to judge for me. I don't know who the fourth Hokage you are talking about is. I lost my parents when I was young. I lived a life of hunger and cold all day long. Naruto naturally did not admit his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage, and he started talking about his miserable life. For a moment, Naruto felt like he was on the big stage of complaining in the voice of China. But what he said was true. That was the life story of the original Naruto. The third Hokage's head was buzzing with pain after seeing it through the crystal ball. How dare this kid say that he was hungry and cold? Although his pocket money was indeed a little less, that was also considering that this kid had that strange blood limit. When he went to Naruto's house before, he found that the food in the refrigerator of this kid's house was more than what he had at home. Look at how tall this kid is. Which child who lacks food and clothing can grow taller than children of the same age? The third Hokage really couldn't stand it at all. If he continued to watch, he was really afraid that he would be angry to death in the office one day by this kid. In the class, all the students shed tears when they heard what Naruto said. Even Irika's eyes were red. Naruto. It doesn't matter. Even if you are not the son of the fourth generation, we will still recognize you as our friend. No. He might be the son of the fourth generation, but Naruto himself doesn't know it. Naruto, I brought a lunch box today. You can eat mine at noon. The classmates expressed sympathy for Naruto and planned to do something to help this classmate with a tragic life experience. Sasuke sat in his seat and listened to the whole thing with an extremely strange expression. Because when he fought Naruto before, he saw that this guy had a big breakfast of fish and meat. At that time, he, the young master of the Uchiha clan, was envious. What kind of hunger and coldness is this? I'm not saying this to make you sympathize with me. I want to tell you that no matter what others say about me, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone was stunned when they heard Naruto's words. In the Hokage's office, the third generation was also stunned when he heard Naruto's words. At this moment, he seemed to see the fourth generation Namikaze Minato. The third generation walked out of the window and stared at the Hokage rock for a long time. This child really looks like you, Minato. Since everyone has guessed the identity of this child now, just make Naruto's story public. And looking at Naruto's current appearance, the identity of the nine-tailed demon fox will not affect him at all. Then the third generation called the Anbu and arranged this matter. And Naruto in the classroom. At this time, his appearance was nothing like when he introduced himself just now. He was lying in the classroom like a salted fish. It can be said that he is very similar to Shikamaru not far away. The whole morning class was all about the theoretical knowledge of ninjas. Naruto didn't want to learn and slept on the table all morning. When school was over at noon, he found a corner where no one was, opened a portal and went home to eat. In the afternoon, he couldn't help but run to the riverside woods to start pulling trees. There was no way. Now pulling trees has become a habit. I feel uncomfortable if I don't pull them for a day. Hinata in the classroom found that it was the last class in the afternoon, and the seat next to her was still empty. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Irika also found out that Naruto skipped class. Knowing Naruto's true identity, he also followed the principle of less trouble. After all, how could he control the second generation of Konoha's shadow? Just look at the headache of the third generation when he heard Naruto. And the third generation old man also found out that Naruto skipped class. He was really troubled by this child. He thought that Naruto would be different from before when he went to school. But this child still did what he wanted. The most important thing is, this child went to the river to hit the tree again. Looking at Naruto training by the river, the third generation felt his blood pressure rising again. He quickly took out the medicine bottle in the drawer and found that the pills in the bottle had been eaten. At the same time, the Hokage building officially announced that Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the fourth generation. As soon as the announcement was posted, the villagers of Konoha immediately surrounded the announcement of the Hokage building. Kakashi stood outside the crowd and looked at the smiling photo of the fourth generation on the announcement from a distance. He was immersed in memories. Hey! Kakashi, why are you here? Might Guy found Kakashi standing stupidly downstairs and asked passionately by his shoulder. Then he noticed the posted announcement. So that's how it is. The third Hokage finally revealed the identity of this child. Kakashi, are you okay? Guy found that Kakashi was in a bad mood, but he didn't yell that he wanted to have a youth duel with Kakashi. It's okay. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave the Hokage building. Might Guy saw him leaving and knew that this guy should go to the flower shop. Kakashi, this guy. When the identity of Uzumaki Naruto spread throughout the village, some inappropriate statements appeared again in Konoha village. No. It was the nine-tailed fox in this child that killed the fourth Hokage. This child is a disaster. He killed his parents, and he might attack the village again in the future. For everyone's safety, he must be controlled. Yes. He must be controlled. Everyone expressed great concern about the tailed beast in Naruto's stomach. So what if he is the son of the fourth Hokage? As long as it threatens everyone's safety, they don't care whose child you are. After hearing the report from the Anbu in the Hokage's office, the Sandame's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He angrily slammed the table and ordered the Anbu. Let Danzo come to see me. Right away. The village suddenly said that they wanted to control Naruto. He knew without even thinking that it was Danzo who did it. The Sandame was really angry. I had warned Danzo before. I didn't expect that he would still attack Naruto. After the third Hokage called Danzo to his office, the two quarreled again. It was basically about the tailed beast Jinchuriki of Konoha village. The third Hokage quickly stopped the root from spreading rumors in the village, and he also gave Danzo a final warning. If Danzo has any thoughts about Naruto again, don't blame him for ignoring the past friendship. Then Danzo snorted coldly, and the scene in the office was staged again. Danzo, Sarutobi, you regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, fire. But once these dangerous rumors spread, how can they be stopped so easily? I heard that Guy is often in the grove east of the village. He must be caught and handed over to the Hokage. Yes. For the safety of the village, Uzumaki Naruto must be strictly monitored. That's right, even if he is the son of the fourth Hokage. The villagers had already been led by the rhythm of the root ninja. Now these people simply don't listen to anything, they just want to take Uzumaki Naruto to the Hokage building, and then they will force the third Hokage to lock this kid up. No matter what, they are doing this for everyone's good. Hundreds of Konoha villagers gathered together, holding all kinds of tools in their hands, and walked towards the riverside woods excitedly. My family all died on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, I will never tolerate such a thing happening again. And me? My house was just built. It was destroyed by the damn Nine Tails. That kid is too dangerous. Tie him up. Yes. And lock him up. Sasuke, who was returning home from school, stopped in his tracks when he saw such a huge scene. He knew that the annoying guy was in trouble. Sasuke looked at it twice, shook his head, and continued to walk towards home. Just 2 steps ago, he suddenly saw Uzumaki Naruto being tied up by the angry guys. There was even a scene where Naruto was burned to death by the villagers. Damn it! What the hell was I thinking? I don't care if that guy lives or dies. Sasuke said this, but he couldn't control his body and ran towards the grove by the river. He was still walking on the small road, which could be a few minutes faster than the villagers. Sasuke ran with all his strength, and the scene in front of him kept retreating behind him, but he still felt that he was not running fast enough. Faster! Faster! That guy can only be defeated by himself, not by those stupid people. Sasuke thought that being taken away by those people would be nothing more than eternal imprisonment or death. In short, he didn't want a good opponent to disappear from his life like this. Zhiliao. At this time, Naruto had no idea what happened in the village. He looked at the fallen tree in front of him and questioned the fox in his stomach strangely. Big Fox? Can you change the training method? Just now, when he knocked down the tree that was as thick as a man's embrace, the big fox insisted on giving him some weight training. Listen. Is this human talk? He is only 6.5 years old, still a child. Isn't it a bit too outrageous to let a 6.5-year-old child swing this tree? Naruto estimated that the tree under his feet was at least 200 or 300 pounds. And it would only be heavy, not light. Stop talking nonsense. Lift it up for me. Don't go back today if you don't swing it 100 times. Naruto. To be honest, Naruto really doubted whether Kurama would train himself to death. He always felt that he might as well practice with Uncle Kai. At least he trained according to the limits of human beings, but Ju Lama was different. Its standard was to train to death as long as he didn't die. If anyone else were to be a student of Ju Lama, he would probably urinate blood within 3 days. Naruto looked at the tree under his feet that was bigger than him, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It's so big. How can I lift it? He squatted down slowly, circled the tree several times, and found several angles, but still couldn't find a place to start. Although he had a perverted physique, he really couldn't lift this big tree if he didn't find a point of force. After thinking about it, Naruto punched a few holes in the tree with a few punches, and used them as his grip. Hey! With a low roar, Naruto slowly squatted from the ground, and the big tree on the ground was lifted up bit by him. Naruto estimated that the tree in front of him there was a tree weighing about 200 pounds, but he just lifted it up. Big Fox. Can I put it down first? My back is a little itchy, I want to scratch it. At this time, Naruto was like a weightlifter, holding up the tree with both hands, but Naruto was not in good condition now, his face was red and his neck was thick, and he was a little stuttering when he spoke. It can be seen that Naruto really tried very hard. And when he lifted it up just now, the leaves fell into his collar, causing him to feel extremely itchy on his back now. Stop talking nonsense. Swing it for me. Hearing the fox's urging, Naruto had to grit his teeth and start swinging the 5-meter-long tree. Whoosh whoosh. In the first 2 times, Naruto swung it very slowly. Because he had to master the force point and control his steps. But I don't know if it's because of the Uzumaki clan's physique or the influence of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Naruto suddenly found that the weight in his hands became much lighter and his steps became more agile. Instantly, Naruto felt awesome. He was only 6 years old. He could actually lift such a heavy thing. While swinging the tree, Naruto began to imagine himself in the scenes of Uzumaki Naruto uprooting a weeping willow, Uzumaki Naruto holding the golden hoop and making trouble in the heavenly palace, etc. Men always like to fantasize about something when they swing a long stick in their hands. The 5-meter-long tree, which was as thick as a person's embrace, was swung faster and faster in Naruto's hand. Now he can even start to play some tricks. For example, imagine yourself as a helicopter and start to turn the tree in your hand. As Naruto swings the huge tree, it gradually creates a strong air wave by the river. The surrounding dust and leaves also begin to flutter in the wind. It's right there. Let's go. I think I saw that kid. Go. Tie him up. More than 100 people rushed to Naruto's location. When they were still dozens of meters away from Naruto, they were blown away by a gust of wind and couldn't open their eyes. Sasuke, who arrived first, hid behind a tree and was stunned. Naruto Uzumaki. Is he a monster? Why does he have so much strength? Sasuke also realized. This guy doesn't need to be reminded by himself. More than 100 villagers tried to open their eyes and see the figure of the kid through the flying dust. Then they saw the 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, waving a 5-meter tree vigorously. As if the huge tree was like a sponge. What a peerless warrior! More than 100 people had never seen such a scene before, and immediately began to back off. There is no other way. You have to fight. If you get hit, you will probably get smashed into a meat pie. 9-tailed demon fox? Damn it! Who cares about this thing? Anyway, they don't dare to care. I seem to have something to do at home. My wife is giving birth today, and I have to go back quickly. Oh, I have to pick up my child from school. Hoo. Naruto, who was not far away, saw the people coming and suddenly wanted to play a trick on them. He swung a few air waves at the crowd, as if he was throwing out a few sword energies. Plop! The sudden air wave made the knees of more than 100 villagers soften and they all knelt on the ground. Naruto's face twisted when he saw them like this. He threw the tree in his hand lightly and walked in front of these people. Hey, uncle! Why are you all kneeling on the ground? Naruto looked at them holding sickles, hoes, shovels and so on, and felt extremely confused. When the villagers saw Naruto standing in front of them, they remembered the scene of this kid waving trees just now, and everyone's body couldn't help shaking slightly. They were afraid that the other party would know their intention to come here, and smash them into meat paste in anger. There were many smart people who spoke up. The weather is too hot. The ground is cooler. Ha ha ha, yes. The ground is cooler. That's right, ha ha ha. Naruto looked at them suspiciously for a few times, and he was really confused. The weather is not that hot. Are the people in Konoha village so abstract? Kneeling on the ground to cool off? You are holding tools. Are you here to find me? Naruto asked again, but in the villagers in the perspective. This guy seems to have turned into a man-eating beast. If everyone says a word wrong, they will all die here. We are here to build a wooden house for you. Yes, yes, yes. How can you practice here every day without a place to rest? Naruto didn't know how to describe it. These Konoha villagers are so enthusiastic. To be honest, he didn't need to build a cabin to practice in the grove. If he wanted to rest, he could just throw a space door and go home. Why did he need to do so much? But Naruto really couldn't stand these enthusiastic uncles, who kept vying to build a cabin for him. It made him feel embarrassed. There was no way. Facing such enthusiastic uncles, it would be really rude to refuse. Sasuke watched this group of people build a cabin on the spot in less than an hour, and he was dumbfounded. Uchiha Sasuke! Why are you here too? After sending away those enthusiastic Konoha villagers, Naruto found Sasuke not far away. He just looked a little unintelligent. No. I was just passing by. Sasuke reacted and turned his head away, not daring to look at Naruto. He cursed himself for being an idiot in his heart. This guy is so strong that he doesn't need to be reminded by himself. Sasuke felt very embarrassed when he thought of his anxious look just now. He glanced at Naruto with his peripheral vision, and then walked back in the direction he came from without looking back. Naruto looked at Sasuke, then looked at the direction where the uncles left, scratching his head in confusion. What happened today? Why do I always feel that this group of people are weird? Forget it, never mind, go home for dinner. Naruto said to himself, then threw out the space gate to teleport home for dinner. By the way, Big Fox, did you help me check the chakra of those people in the classroom today? At night, Naruto suddenly remembered this matter and asked curiously. He actually wanted to know how big the gap between others and himself was. What's there to watch out for? The Uchiha kid has the most of them. Naruto recalled the chakra he had detected before, and asked uncertainly, 0.5 magic. No, his chakra is already 5 magic now. Naruto took a breath of cold air when he learned that Sasuke's chakra had increased tenfold. Hiss! This kid is so scary, he must not be kept. Kurama! What's wrong with this kid again? It's just 5 magic, you, a person with 100 magic chakra, would you care about such a kid? Kurama didn't understand, just thought Naruto was having another attack. Naruto felt bored when he realized that the big fox couldn't pick up his jokes. Alas! There's something wrong with time travel. No one can pick up his jokes, it's not interesting at all. Pulling the quilt, saying good night to the big fox, Naruto quickly fell asleep. In the days that followed, Naruto went to school every morning to attend a class, just in time to show his face in front of teacher Irika and play with little Hinata. In the afternoon, he went to the riverside woods to start training. It can be said that he had a very regular schedule. The third generation saw Naruto's truancy and was anxious in his heart, but he still had no way to deal with this child. If he hadn't talked to Naruto before, I guess this child wouldn't even show up in the school class in the morning. And when he went to school, apart from talking to his desk mate, he would lie on the table in a daze and sleep. Uzumaki Naruto was the most troublesome child that the third generation had seen in all these years. He was more troublesome than Kushina and Uchiha Obito at the beginning. The most important thing was that Naruto was very strong, and there was really no way to talk about his grades. After thinking about it, he found that there was really nothing he could do with this child, so he simply let him train by himself. The third generation also asked Kai and Kakashi to keep an eye on this child, lest he injure himself by practicing randomly again. As for the rumors about the 9-tailed demon fox in the village, no one dares to say anything now. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto demonstrated his natural power by the river, no civilian has dared to shout about what he wants to do to Naruto. After all, if you really offend this kid, everyone is really afraid that Uzumaki Naruto will carry a tree and knock down their house with a few sticks. Whoever offends this guy will die. So, Naruto inadvertently dispelled the rumors in Konoha village again. Naruto! Where did you go in the afternoon? In class, Hinata was teased by Naruto for a few days, and she had some resistance and was not as shy as before, so she began to ask Naruto where he was. I went to practice. Naruto answered subconsciously, but his consciousness was actually still discussing the training plan with the big fox in the sealed space. Last night, he found that he could do two things at once, with half of his consciousness in the sealed space and half in the outside world. But in this way, Naruto's behavior in the outside world was very strange. Because he couldn't react in time, sometimes his movements were like the high-ping warriors in the online games in his previous life, or he could only react after a long time. Is that so? Little Hinata's eyes dimmed, and she felt so useless. Naruto was so powerful, but he was still so hard-working. Compared with her training at night, Hinata felt extremely ashamed. If only she could train with Naruto. Hey, Hinata, why don't we practice together? Naruto suddenly withdrew his consciousness from the sealed space, turned his head and said something to Hinata with a blushing face. Ah, Ah! Bang! The sudden joy made Hinata faint on the desk. Naruto scratched his head, feeling helpless. This shy girl still has a long way to go. The reason why he brought Hinata with him to practice is because Hinata's Byakugan can see the root of human chakra. If possible, he would also like to call Sasuke. According to the anime settings that Naruto watched in his previous life, the Sharingan can see the chakra of the opponent's ninjutsu and copy the opponent's ninjutsu. At first glance, it seems that the function is similar to the Byakugan, and both have the ability to see the chakra in the opponent's body. I just don't know where the difference is. As for why the Byakugan and Sharingan are needed, Naruto and the fox discussed it, saying that he wanted to observe Might Guy's 8 gates of ninjutsu, and then make a forbidden technique suitable for himself. When he thought about opening the 6 paths golden ring mode in the future, playing with the ancestral balls, and finally saying Grandma Lee knocks on the door, open it, he would be invincible. Although Kurama didn't understand why this kid was obsessed with that green melon-skinned physical technique, he could be invincible by his own strength. But in the end, Kurama agreed with Naruto's idea. Anyway, this kid's physique is different from that of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, he can't be killed as long as he has a breath left. Let him go. Hinata. Ah! Naruto-kun, too close. Naruto was anxious to let Hinata go with him, so he leaned next to her and woke her up in advance. But, my father will be angry if I skip class. Hinata said with some embarrassment. Although she wanted to skip class with Naruto to practice, her father would definitely scold her if he knew. You can go after school. It's settled. I'll come to see you after school. Naruto smiled and said hello, then walked out of the classroom in full view of everyone, which made Irika's forehead so angry that veins popped out. Can't this kid wait until the end of get out of class before going out? He really doesn't give me any face at all. Irika sighed, he seemed to understand the feelings of the third generation. This kid is really a headache. After leaving school, Naruto secretly looked for the green melon in Konoha village. He wanted to observe how the other party trained on weekdays. The third generation saw Naruto through the crystal ball and knew that the child was going to find Might Guy. It's over, this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki seems to be really useless. You are a good Jinchuriki, but you go to learn Mao Taijutsu. The third generation took 2 puffs of cigarettes, and then found a mission to send Might Guy out of the village. As long as Might Guy is not in the village, this child should not study Taijutsu anymore, right? It's really strange. Why can't I find that uncle? Naruto sat on the 4th Hokage rock, his little face full of confusion. He searched in the village for a whole week, but couldn't find Might Guy. He had clearly met this green-skinned guy at the school gate before. Naruto swung his feet, supported his chin with one hand, and overlooked the entire Konoha village. Not to mention that the scenery of the village is really good when sitting at this angle. The children's laughter in the village, the hawkers hawking, and the smoke from cooking in the distance are full of fireworks. He seemed to be getting used to the life here. After watching for a while, Naruto sighed. Peaceful scenery. But he knew that the peace in front of him was temporary. You know, in a few years, Konoha village will usher in Nagato, the master of rice in the ninja world, and the whole Konoha village will feel the pain together. After that, Konoha village will be built in a big pit. Naruto recalled the memories in his mind, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Although he is much stronger now than in the original work, you have to know that pain is only a small boss in the early stage. The Uchiha group and the Otsutsuki rabbits appeared in the ninja world one after another in the later stage. If he didn't have some strength, he would probably fall on the road of growth. Where did that uncle go? Naruto gritted his teeth and was very impatient. I felt really bored, and today's training was over. Now I have nothing to do, so I just went to Konoha village for a walk. Swish! Naruto, who was sitting on the Hokage, leaned forward and jumped down directly, still shouting, Woohoo! The third generation stood in the Hokage building, watching Naruto jump from the Hokage rock, and almost pulled his beard off in fear. This child is only 6 years old. Although he has mastered chakra, he is still a child at best. And the Hokage rock is 100 meters above the ground. Normal kids would be scared to death standing on it, but Naruto jumped directly from it without any unloading skills. This kid can't just rely on his abnormal physique as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to do whatever he wants. Even Kakashi didn't look so fierce when he graduated early. The third generation always felt that if this kid continued like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard below the Hokage rock, followed by dust flying. Naruto gritted his teeth, covered his butt with his right hand, and limped out of the dust. Hiss! It hurts so much. He was so absorbed in sitting on the Hokage rock that he forgot that he was not in the sealed space at all. He didn't react until he jumped down. At the moment of landing, Naruto seemed to hear the sound of his bones breaking. Fortunately, there was the Uzumaki clan and the Nine-Tails chakra amplification, so there was no big accident. Seeing that he can still walk now, there is no problem. Julama looked at Naruto's miserable appearance and began to taunt him mercilessly. You are too weak, kid. If it weren't for me, you would have fallen to death just now. What if this kid really fell to death? Julama felt that he would lose all his face. The strongest tailed beast Jinchuriki fell to death. It sounds a bit outrageous. Naruto said that he didn't want to care about the big fox in his stomach. He was so miserable, and this big fox ate him every day without any gratitude. If he fell to death, would it be good? Naruto dragged his injured body and walked slowly on the streets of Konoha. After walking for a few minutes, he found that his body didn't seem to hurt so much. He really deserves to be himself. If it were in the previous life, he would have been smashed into a pulp with a bang. Naruto. Kakashi, who had just come out of the Konoha bookstore, turned his head and saw this child. Seeing him limping, Kakashi thought for a moment and decided to go forward to show some concern. What's wrong with you? Kakashi held up his dead fish eyes and walked up to Naruto. White-haired uncle. It's okay. I just jumped down from the Hokage rock and fell. It should be fine in a while. Kakashi? Wait. What did this kid say? Fell down from the Hokage rock. Kakashi was shocked. How could a child of his age survive after falling from the height of the Hokage rock? Even if a normal ninja fell from it, he would have to go to the Konoha hospital to recuperate. Kakashi's salty fish eyes were so out of control that he could hardly keep them. Then he thought of his master's wife. Then he recalled what the child had just said, it should be fine in a while. Master's wife, what on earth did you give birth to? Kakashi was silenced by a 6-year-old child. At this time, Naruto found that his sprained foot seemed to have recovered. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that Kakashi seemed to know the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, right? As Kakashi's teacher, his father should take care of him. Naruto thought about it, but found another problem. How should he ask Kakashi to show him the 8 gates of the ninjutsu directly? The third generation was still monitoring him with a crystal ball, so it was really problematic for him to ask directly. After thinking for a long time, Naruto looked up at the dazed white-haired man. Uncle White-haired, can you take me to practice physical skills? Kakashi squatted in front of Naruto, looking like he was preaching. Next time when you ask others for advice, remember to be polite. The third generation had told them before that they should not let Naruto keep developing physical skills. Kakashi originally planned to reject this child. But seeing the child's appearance, he felt sorry for it. After all, Naruto is the teacher's son, I have to fulfill my responsibilities as a disciple. Besides, I am not Guy, how could I lead Naruto astray? But you didn't tell me your name. Naruto scratched his head and said innocently. At the same time, he also sighed at his restraint. Several times when he saw Kakashi, he almost couldn't help shouting Hatake Kakashi 50-50. Kakashi's eyelids twitched, revealing a slightly embarrassed look. It seemed that Guy and he did not introduce themselves to Naruto when they first met. Kakashi, Hatake Kakashi. Stop calling him white-haired uncle. And, you really don't need to go to the hospital like this. To be honest, Kakashi was really worried that something would happen to the child. After all, whose child would yell for training just after falling and getting hurt? Of course it's okay. Uncle Kakashi. Let's start now. After getting Kakashi's consent, Naruto jumped twice on the spot to show that he had no problem, and then threw out a space door. A purple light cocoon appeared out of thin air in front of Kakashi. Such a scene instantly alerted Kakashi. He pulled up the forehead protector on his forehead and began to observe the purple light curtain in front of him with his Sharingan. He suddenly remembered the rumors about Naruto. The son of the fourth generation. Time and space blood limit. Kakashi was shocked and showed a nostalgic expression. Since the teacher's death, it seems that no ninja in the village can use time and space ninjutsu. Uncle Kakashi, let's go. Finding Kakashi standing there in a daze, Naruto looked up and shouted, then pulled his sleeve and walked into the space door. Kakashi subconsciously stopped, but was still pulled in by Naruto. How can this kid be so strong? This distance? Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This is where Naruto usually trains, and it is also the place where they first met. Kakashi roughly estimated in his mind that the distance from the Konoha village bookstore to here is about 500 meters. And looking at Naruto's appearance, it should be used more than once. In addition, he did not find any chakra fluctuations when he opened the Sharingan just now. This is what surprised Kakashi. Although Naruto's technique is very conspicuous, if the enemy gets intelligence in advance on the battlefield, they will definitely do everything they can to target Naruto's technique. But Kakashi thinks that this technique is no less than Naruto's father's Flying Thunder God if used properly. And the Space Gate can not only be used for attack, but also for defense. Come on! Uncle Kakashi! The moment Naruto landed, he imitated Sasuke, supported himself with one hand and turned around to kick Kakashi's waist. There is no martial ethics at all. Kakashi's eyelids jumped, and he moved his feet, easily dodging the attack of the short legs. In his heart, he lamented how this kid had no eyesight at all. Was he going to hit his waist to ruin his happiness for the rest of his life? He. White-haired uncle, you've been fooled. At this time, a yellow-haired figure suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Was that a clone just now? When? Kakashi was really shocked. They had just arrived here. When did Naruto make a seal? The clone Naruto punched Kakashi's waist, but he didn't feel anything on his hand. Bang! Kakashi, who was hit, turned into a wooden stake on the spot, obviously using the substitute technique. Naruto was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that there was such a buggy ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen shurikens aimed at Naruto's vital points and flew through the air. It should be said that Kakashi's throwing skills are no less than those of the Uchiha clan. Naruto felt that he was unlikely to block all the shurikens, so he simply protected his face with both hands and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned for 2 seconds when he saw this scene. What's wrong with this kid? You hide. How can you rush forward with the enemy's shurikens? Kakashi's scalp was numb when he saw this. What kind of beast is this? Even if you have a strong recovery ability, you can't play like this. As expected, Naruto's hands, feet, back, and shoulders were pierced by shurikens without any defense, and blood gradually seeped out of his black clothes. Fortunately, Kakashi held back and didn't throw out all the shuriken in the ninja bag, otherwise, given the child's condition, he would probably be stabbed like a hedgehog. Naruto gritted his teeth and felt that the pain in his body was still within his tolerance. Here I have to praise the teaching of teacher Ju. If it hadn't allowed him to do pain tolerance training before, he might not have been able to rush out against Kakashi's attack. At the moment when Kakashi was stunned, Naruto raised his hand and took out the big iron door, grabbed the end of the iron door with both hands, and swung it at Kakashi's head with a sound of breaking through the air. Hey! Kakashi felt a great sense of crisis. If he was hit, he estimated that he would have to stay in the hospital for 10 days and half a month. But Naruto's attack was still too immature. Kakashi lowered his head and dodged, and then took a few steps back to distance himself from the child. He had to distance himself. He now had a general understanding of Naruto's strength. That big iron gate. It must weigh 100 pounds, right? He had no doubt that this kid could hurt him. And when he came here before, Naruto said that he wanted him to teach him some physical skills. Kakashi was not so shameless as to use ninjutsu to bully this kid. After a failed attack, Naruto put away the big iron gate, and then took out the shuriken on his body while breathing in the cool air. Because he found that these shurikens piercing his body greatly affected the healing of his wounds. Kakashi saw how Naruto treated his wounds and did not take this opportunity to attack, but just watched indifferently. However, his heart had begun to numb. What's wrong with this kid? He watched Naruto's wounds heal in an instant after pulling out the shuriken. What kind of beast is this? Ding ding dong! The shuriken fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Naruto's little face was alert, his hands were in an attacking posture, and his feet moved slightly. It's time to let Bai Mao see how powerful my Foshan is. Ade! Naruto screamed and rushed towards Kakashi. But Kakashi took a glance and found that this kid's attack was not methodical at all, it could be said that his body was exposed. Sighing softly, Kakashi decided to be serious. He disappeared from the spot with a flashing body technique, which made Naruto stunned and forget what he should do. The next second, Naruto felt his shoulder being grabbed, and his eyes blurred and he was pressed to the ground. Naruto, remember to analyze the enemy's intelligence when fighting with the enemy. Don't rush forward. After Kakashi finished speaking, he let go of his hand and pulled the confused Naruto up again. To be honest, Naruto's mind really didn't turn around. Although he has begun to refine chakra, he can be said to have no combat experience at all. Not to mention Kakashi, who suddenly used the flashing body technique just now. From his disappearance to being pressed to the ground, it took less than 2 seconds. It really broke through Naruto's cognition in his previous life. After all, he still relies on the way of thinking in his previous life to fight now. To put it bluntly, he has not adapted to the power in his body. In terms of strength, he can indeed battle with normal adult ninjas, but when it comes to reaction and coping abilities, he is not a little bit inferior. Kakashi saw the frustrated expression on Naruto's face and couldn't help but comfort him. Why didn't you use that purple light gate just now? Hey! Naruto was stunned, scratched his head and began to regret. Yes. Why did I forget it just now? This feeling is like when I was playing games in my previous life, it was common to forget to press the flash button when I was too nervous in a team fight. Kakashi held his forehead and said helplessly, you can also use that technique when I throw shuriken at you. That's right. Naruto widened his eyes and slapped his thigh and shouted. Isn't this just to reflect all the opponent's attacks? And it's not just shuriken, it can also be used to deal with the enemy's ninjutsu. Kakashi is really a genius. I understand. Uncle Kakashi, try using a ninjutsu on me. Kakashi? Can you not make such a fuss? If you can't block the shuriken, at least you can resist it. But if you don't have time to use the space-time ninjutsu, then something bad will happen. Naruto. I know your physique is different from that of ordinary people. But you can't do this. Come on. Uncle, just use fire escape. Do you know how to use the great fireball technique? Is this kid listening to me? Kakashi shook his head and sighed, and finally agreed to his request. However, at the beginning, he still warned him. If you don't have time to use it, get out of the way immediately, okay? Okay, okay, let's get started. Naruto didn't take Kakashi's words to heart at all. After all, the great fireball technique doesn't hurt people with names. If he gets hurt by this technique, he won't be called Uzumaki Naruto today. Kakashi's hands flew around, and he completed the seal in the blink of an eye. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto suddenly felt the temperature around him rise sharply, and then he saw Kakashi spit out a fireball with a diameter of about 2 meters. But to be honest, he was curious whether those ninjas who used fire-style ninjutsu were very arrogant. Naruto. Kakashi saw Naruto standing there in a daze, and hurriedly reminded him, and in his heart he once again sighed that this child was careless. The attack was almost on his face. You still have time to be distracted. Naruto's pupils reflected the firelight when he came back to his senses. Facing this supernatural power for the first time, he was still subconsciously nervous. Kakashi, who was standing by, saw that Naruto didn't make a move, and was ready to use the instant body technique to save the child at any time. But he thought it shouldn't be a big problem. It would take less than a few minutes for the fireball to hit Naruto, and he would be alive and kicking again. Naruto waved his hands, and the next second, a purple light cocoon appeared in front of him again. The fireball whizzed through the light cocoon, and then Kakashi's face suddenly lit up with purple light, and there was a huge fireball that appeared instantly. He really wanted to curse. Why did you throw it so close if there was nothing wrong? Fortunately, Kakashi reacted very quickly, leaning back, and the fireball flew past his scalp. If it was a second later, Kakashi's hair would be in trouble. Not bad. Kakashi's tone was flat, but Naruto could also hear the excitement in it. This method of transferring ninjutsu can be said to be very beautiful. And as far as he knows, there is no method similar to Naruto in the entire ninja world. Uncle. Keep going. Let's do something powerful. After seeing that he successfully transferred the huge fireball, Naruto's face was full of excitement, and now he really wanted to try whether he could transfer other ninjutsu. Just now, he saw that Kakashi's dodging of the huge fireball was not as easy as before. Naruto instantly realized the power of the Space Gate transfer ninjutsu. And this is not just a simple transfer ninjutsu, he can also transfer the tailed beast jade, and even the truth-seeking jade. As long as there is any means of attack trajectory, he can use the Space Gate to transfer. That's really... hit me and hit yourself. At this time, Naruto was as happy as a child who just got a new toy. Kakashi looked at him like this and didn't know whether to be happy that the child finally shifted his attention from physical skills, or to be happy that the child would not become a reckless man in the future. You, a nine-tails Jinchuriki, have chakra like the sea. Playing mass physical skills with the enemy. And Kakashi also wanted to see where the limit of Naruto's technique was. Okay. He nodded and started to seal on the spot. Seeing Wuvyokai seal for a long time, Naruto immediately understood what technique he was going to use. 44 seals. It's rare to see ninjutsu with so many seals in the ninja world. Water style, water dragon bullet. As Kakashi made hand seals, the water in the river began to slowly gather around the two of them. In the blink of an eye, a water dragon of more than 20 meters appeared above Kakashi's head. It opened its ferocious mouth and rushed straight towards Naruto. It was so powerful and oppressive. Naruto looked at the size of the water dragon and felt that something was wrong. The size of the space gate was at most 2 meters high and about 1 meter wide. It seemed that it couldn't accommodate this big guy, right? Although he was confused, his hands did not stop moving. He first threw a space gate in front of him. In order to prevent the water dragon from being unable to be transferred, Naruto specially placed one behind him. After finishing, he fell back into the purple light cocoon and disappeared on the spot. Zilla. At the moment when the water dragon collided with the space gate, it could not enter completely because of its large size. But with its strong impact, the water dragon reduced its body and splashed water. At the moment when the light cocoon closed, the water dragon that appeared in the light cocoon opened by the river was only 1/5 of the original size. No need to look, the power is definitely much smaller than before. This attack looks a bit fierce. Naruto did not open the space door directly next to Kakashi. What happened? Will I not be able to lead a team of ninjas in the future? However, the effect of the ninjutsu after the transfer is indeed a bit disappointing. It seems that the ninjutsu with a wide range will be reduced after the transfer. Kakashi did not know when to pull off the eye mask and stared at the Sharingan. Naruto did not take what he said to heart. You must know that all ninjutsu in the ninja world generally follow the principle that the smaller the ninjutsu, the greater the power. Well, Susanoo and except for the Buddha. The space gate can be considered offensive and defensive to some extent, so what's there to be dissatisfied about? You know, he has many cheats. Naruto, use it again. Kakashi pinched his right hand, and Naruto guessed that this guy should use his signature ninjutsu Chidori. Naruto nodded and threw another space gate on the side. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, Kakashi's hand flashed with lightning, and there was a chirping sound around, which made Naruto's head hurt. He covered his ears with both hands, and watched Kakashi rush into the space gate with blue light, and then appeared 10 meters away. Not bad, it can also be used to assist teammates in attacking. Kakashi cancelled Chidori, pulled up the eye mask, and said with some emotion. Naruto's ability is very strategic. Not only can this ability be used to escape and chase the enemy, but it can also be used to attack, dodge, and assist teammates in coordinated operations. After figuring out Naruto's ability, Kakashi's expression became even more strange. You said you have this ability. What kind of physical skills are you practicing? Uncle, do you want to continue? No, my chakra is limited. Seeing the other party say this, Naruto immediately showed a contemptuous expression. Is it okay? You just released 3 ninjutsu and you called it a hollow? Naruto was really curious about how much chakra Kakashi had, so he began to ask the fox in his stomach. Big fox, look at how much chakra Kakashi has. The 9-tailed llama in the sealed space said lightly without raising his eyelids. 30 magic. What? It's less than 1/3 of mine. After hearing Kakashi's chakra, Naruto was a little shocked. Then he realized that he was a little too much to use his own chakra to measure other people's chakra. What nonsense are you talking about? Kid, your chakra was already 150 demons yesterday. The fox's words shocked Naruto again. Now he feels that he is abnormal. If he continues to grow like this, he may really be on par with the first generation Hokage. But the most important thing now is to find a way to get inspiration from Kakashi for the 8 gates of the ninjutsu. It would be best if he could see the root of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, so that he can get inspiration from it and modify it to be more suitable for himself. Uncle Kakashi. Kakashi just squatted down to rest, and before he had time to take out the intimate paradise, he heard Naruto calling him. That. I'm studying a technique recently. It is to compress the chakra in the body to increase strength and speed. What is this kid talking about? Kakashi looked strange after hearing it. Is there a possibility? This technique is called the 8 gates of the ninjutsu? Don't study it anymore. There is a forbidden technique in the village called 8 gates, which has this effect. Although he didn't know where Naruto got those strange ideas, Kakashi still patiently explained. He also felt that Naruto didn't need to practice 8 gates. It would be better to think about how to use the large amount of chakra in his body. But Kakashi found that as soon as he said it, the child squatted beside him and looked at him eagerly, without saying anything, just watching from the side. Forget it. Just tell him. So, Kakashi slowly stood up in Naruto's expectant eyes. Seeing him like this, Naruto felt that his forbidden technique was stable. Stand still. Kakashi still looked like a lazy fish. After Naruto stood still, he began to point fingers at him. Naruto felt a little itchy after being pointed at here and there, and he couldn't control himself and started to move around, which made Kakashi almost hit the child. Here, and here, it's about like this. If the chakra runs along this route, you can break through the door. Of course, if you want to use the 8 gates, you must have a long-term physical training process. Naruto tried several times according to the running route Kakashi said, and found that it didn't work at all. Not to mention opening the first door of the 8 gates. It's just as Kakashi said. When he was running just now, Naruto found that his meridians were a little blocked, and the running chakra was stuck. He roughly understood the 8 gates. The usual practice should be to widen the meridians in the body and enhance the body's tolerance, and finally use the 8 gates. Naruto has enough hardware now, but the software in his body is so broken, how can he run the 8 gates ninja program? But originally, he didn't think about learning the 8 gates ninja. Uncle, how long does it take to learn this? Naruto still asked. After all, when he read those fan works in his previous life, the protagonists in those books often trained the 8 gates ninja from a young age, which looked very easy. But Naruto thought that if this technique was not difficult to practice, it would have been popularized long ago so that civilian ninjas would learn it, and it would not be listed as a forbidden technique by Konoha. If it's fast, it will take 1 year, and if it's slow, it will take 2 or 3 years. But I don't recommend you to take this path. Kakashi stared, looking very serious. The 8 gates ninja is only suitable for people who are specialized in physical skills and cannot use ninjutsu to practice. Because the chakra accumulated from daily training needs to be used to break through the obstacles of the gate in the body. This is also the reason why he only practiced the 8 gates ninja. After all, his Sharingan cannot be closed and consumes chakra all the time, so the chakra used to open the first gate is just enough. If he continues to practice the 8 gates, Kakashi estimates that he will die of exhaustion as soon as he enters the 8 gates. Naruto does have enough chakra, but it is not necessary. You know, practicing the 8 gates takes a lot of time. If this kid wants to practice the 8 gates, Kakashi estimates that the 3rd Hokage will hang him up and beat him. It takes so long. Naruto still felt a little disappointed after hearing this. It took several years to open a gate, which was indeed a bit useless for him. You shouldn't have tested your chakra yet. He decided to lead this kid to the right path of specializing in ninjutsu, so that he doesn't have to practice physical skills all day long. Kakashi took out a chakra test paper from somewhere and put it in front of Naruto. Try it. Chakra test paper? Naruto took it and looked around, wanting to see what the difference was. But after looking at it for a while, he found that he couldn't figure it out at all. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was about to fold the chakra test paper into an airplane, and sighed with one hand on his forehead, reminding him. Input chakra into it. Oh. Naruto gave up the idea of folding an airplane, and listened to Kakashi and input chakra into the test paper. In fact, he knew without trying. If there were no major accidents, according to the knowledge in the anime in his previous life, his chakra attributes seemed to be wind and earth. Tear. As Naruto input chakra, the test paper first split, and then shattered. Wind and earth. Kakashi looked at it and muttered, and Naruto also confirmed his chakra attributes. Naruto looked dazed at this time. Big Fox, can lightning escape stimulate cells to temporarily increase strength? Yes, why are you asking this? Kurama was a little confused when he heard Naruto's question in the sealed space. He thought, didn't you just listen to what the white-haired guy said? Your chakra attributes are wind and earth. Where does the lightning come from? Then is there a possibility? I can do it with wind escape. Naruto thought about it and felt that something like wind escape could have a similar effect, right? Although it can't stimulate cells in the body like lightning escape, wind escape should be able to bring a gust of wind around you and increase your speed, right? Naruto, who has received 9 years of compulsory education, still understand one truth. That is, the faster the speed, the greater the mass. Speed equals strength. Idiot! Kurama sneered disdainfully. This kid is simply fanciful. Although it doesn't know much about ninjutsu, it also knows that this is impossible. Naruto didn't take Kurama's ridicule to heart. After all, how could a native fox have such a brain hole that has been baptized by the information explosion? In the previous life, various movies and games have many skills about wind. Naruto ignored the fox in his body and Kakashi who was talking outside. He stood there and recalled the scroll given to him by the 3 generations before, and began to condense wind attribute chakra on his own. While condensing, he also thought of the meridians for opening the door that Kakashi had just pointed out. Kakashi didn't say what chakra to use to rush the door just now. What would happen if he used the wind attribute to rush? Thinking of this, Naruto was a little eager to try. Is this considered a new ninjutsu? However, Naruto had no idea that Kakashi had only roughly described the route of the door opening. Kakashi looked at Naruto in a daze, but didn't pay much attention. He took out Xiao Lu Bei and leaned against the tree to read it carefully. About 5 minutes later, Kakashi suddenly noticed that the wind was blowing around him. At first he didn't pay much attention, but after a few minutes he found that the wind was gradually blowing around him. Turning his head, he found that Naruto was covered with strong winds. Naruto! Stop it now! At this time, Naruto had gathered a lot of wind attribute chakra, and it was still gathering. His clothes were rustling, and the grass on the ground began to be torn apart by the wind attribute chakra. It would have been better if Kakashi didn't remind him. Once he reminded him, Naruto's wind attribute chakra condensed faster. Tear. Accompanied by the sound of tearing, Naruto's clothes were torn open several times, and a trace of blood mist was brought up. Uncle! I can't seem to stop. Naruto himself couldn't describe his current state. The method of using wind attribute chakra to rush the door is indeed feasible. And every time he rushed through a level, Naruto found that his strength increased a lot. The only strange thing was that he could clearly hear the thump of his heartbeat. But he thought it shouldn't be a big problem. The only thing that gave Naruto a headache was he didn't know how to stop. The moment the wind attribute chakra began to hit the meridians, the chakra in his body could not be controlled to flow out. Slurp! The wind attribute chakra became stronger and stronger, directly raising a strong wind around Naruto, bringing up a cloud of dust, and the visual range dropped rapidly. Kakashi's hair was blown by the strong wind, and he covered his face with both hands and tried to walk towards the position of Naruto. There is no way. The wind attribute chakra in Naruto is now as strong as the wind style chakra of the wind style. Kakashi took off his blindfold and used his Sharingan to observe the situation inside Naruto's body. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it. Kakashi was almost scared to death after seeing it. The chakra in Naruto's body was obviously out of control. You should know that this situation will only occur in the case of failed ninjutsu research, and this situation will often cause the caster to be torn to death by the uncontrolled chakra. And he also heard Naruto's heartbeat. Kakashi roughly estimated that the frequency of this heartbeat was at least more than 500 beats per minute. You should know that a normal person's heart beats more than 300 times and he will soon die. However, Naruto, who was standing in the eye of the wind, did not realize the seriousness of the problem at all, but was happy instead. Because he used the wind-style chakra to break through the several levels mentioned by Kakashi. Naruto excitedly shouted to Kakashi, "Uncle! I think I successfully opened the first door." "What did you say?" Kakashi lost his composure and shouted, and he was in a bad mood. "No. I didn't tell you the detailed route just now. How did you open it?" Before Kakashi could be shocked for long, Naruto was covered with a large blood mist by the wind escape. From an outsider's point of view, Naruto has become a bloody man, with dense wounds all over his body. However, these pains are nothing to Naruto. He only feels that he is terribly strong now. He took a light step and appeared 50 meters away in the blink of an eye, with a red afterimage behind him. Kakashi's eyes widened. What the hell? He really made him practice? The nine-tailed fox in the sealed space was also startled and stopped eating. What is this kid doing? Kurama was grilling meat in the sealed space. Who knew that this kid would really do what he said just now? Can you study ninjutsu blindly? Even Kurama, who doesn't know ninjutsu, knows that studying ninjutsu can lead to death if you are not careful. Let alone Naruto, the nine tails Jinchuriki, even if the 10 tails Jinchuriki made chakra run wild, he would still die in the end. However, this kid not only didn't die on the spot, but he actually got something out of him. This is what shocked Kurama. Although it could feel that the kid's vitality was rapidly declining, at the same time, its tailed beast chakra was repairing Naruto's body uncontrollably. With this increase and decrease, Naruto really couldn't die for a while. Kakashi felt that he had never lost his composure like this in his life. What kind of monster is this kid? According to the chakra operation route he gave, open the 8 gates of Dungia. It's good that he didn't die. He had never thought that this situation would happen before. And Kakashi felt that if Naruto continued like this, he would be torn to pieces by the violent chakra sooner or later. He didn't have any good flesh on his body now. If he hadn't recovered quickly, he would have died when he used this technique just now, and he couldn't move like he is now. Naruto couldn't hear Kakashi's words at this time, and his ears were full of the whistling sound of the wind. Naruto estimated that his strength should be about 3 times that of the normal state. Speed and strength have been greatly increased. I just don't know why the chakra is consumed so quickly. If Kurama knew what this kid was thinking, he would have to complain about Naruto. If this kid didn't have a lot of chakra, and he also drew the chakra of the tailed beast to repair his body, you just wait to die. Too strong. Naruto actually didn't have a specific concept of his own strength now, and he hadn't seen how strong the 8 gates of ninjutsu was when it was performed. Anyway, he just felt that he was very strong now. Naruto glanced at the woods ahead and immediately thought of a way to test his strength. He slowly leaned down, put his hands on the ground, and made a running posture, ready to test his limits. Uzumaki Naruto! Stop it now! Kakashi was really scared to death by this kid when he saw him like this. The 3rd generation told him to keep an eye on Naruto. Who knew that this kid could always give him something different to play with? When Naruto moved just now, he used his Sharingan to see that Naruto's body had reached its limit. Now looking at him like this, you still want to test your speed with all your strength? Please, don't do it. Kakashi didn't want to see Naruto's body soon, and he didn't want to hear the news of the death of Konoha village's 9 tails Jinchuriki tomorrow. If the 3rd generation knew that he had brought a child to death, he would definitely be in big trouble. Boom! Kakashi just finished speaking when he heard a loud noise in his ear, and then saw Naruto dragging a red light and shadow and flying out. He was so powerful that all obstacles in his way were directly cleared. And Naruto's previous position had been stepped into a big hole. This level is comparable to Tsunade's strange strength. Kakashi covered his face and sighed helplessly. It's over, I'm in big trouble. He has begun to think about the scene of him going to the Pure Land in the future and being beaten on the ground by his teacher and mistress. At this time, the 3rd generation had just finished lunch at home and walked on the streets of Konoha with his hands behind his back. When he went back at noon, he happened to see Naruto and Kakashi studying ninjutsu, which made him very happy. Good thing. This kid finally stopped practicing physical skills. Kakashi is really a very reliable ninja. The 3rd generation was in a very good mood today, and he ate an extra bowl of rice when he went back. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the east of the village. The Sandame widened his eyes and appeared on the roof in a flash. What happened? The Anbu also appeared around the Sandame at this time. They looked at each other, and no one dared to speak first. The Sandame looked at them and hesitated, and instantly frowned and said to them. Hurry up! Is it Kumagakur? Or Iwagakur? Humph! Too much! Dare to attack our village in peacetime! The Sandame didn't even have to think about it. Such a big commotion was probably caused by the group of reckless men in Kumagakur. That, Sir Sandame. It was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Ahem, ahem, ahem. What did you say? The third generation was already furious, and you told me that it was done by one of our own family? This kid made such a big noise. Could he be defecting? After thinking for 2 seconds and finding no clue at all, the third generation decided to go and see for himself. He looked east and found that trees and buildings were constantly being destroyed. The third generation even began to wonder if the tailed beast was out of control. The Anbu ninjas of Konoha village rushed to the direction of Naruto at the same time, and many Jonins and Root ninjas rushed over. For nothing else. It was because this red figure was about to rush to the village's barrier. Awesome! I'm so awesome! Naruto, who was running wildly, found that his speed was so fast that he couldn't see it with the naked eye. At this moment, he even felt that he had become the Flash. Well! I ran out of the red tail. How can it not be counted? Boom boom boom! But Naruto found that his heartbeat seemed to be getting faster and faster. Kid, there are a lot of people coming in your direction. Naruto suddenly heard the fox in his stomach say something. But he couldn't see the surrounding scenery clearly now, let alone see who was coming. There is one more thing. Because the speed is too fast now, Naruto can no longer control his body and can only keep moving forward. Even if he wants to stop, he can only slow down gradually, but it still takes a lot of time. Naruto! Stop quickly, there is a barrier of the village ahead. Uzumaki Naruto! Stop quickly! All the ninjas from the entire Konoha village who could come have come. The last time they all went out was on the night of the Nine-Tails Rebellion. Sir, the third generation. Kakashi instantly came in front of the third generation, his face full of embarrassment. He had seen the expression on the third generation's face as if he was saying, "Is this how you take care of your child? What the hell is going on?" Naruto used a forbidden technique, and it's out of control. He can't stop now. If we don't stop him, Naruto might die from the chakra runaway. After hearing this, the Sandame's blood pressure suddenly rose, and he began to fumble around in a hurry, and then he realized that he didn't bring his anti-hypertensive medicine with him. What did Kakashi say? Weren't you practicing ninjutsu by the river at noon? Why did it turn out like this? I just went to have a meal. How come I heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was dying when I got here? The Sandame took a deep breath, and he felt that he was almost going to die now. I was going to be pissed off by Kakashi and Naruto. Stop Naruto with defensive ninjutsu. If he hits the barrier at this speed, I guess he'll die before his chakra goes out of control. With the Sandame's order, a large number of ninjas around him disappeared on the spot. At this moment, all the ninjas in Konoha village united again. In order to prevent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village from crashing into the barrier. Earth escape technique, earth flow wall. Water style, water wall. Countless ninjas simultaneously performed defensive ninjutsu to the barrier. A series of earth walls were erected from the eastern barrier, and in front of the earth walls there were several water walls specifically designed to slow down Naruto's speed. The scene was so grand that everyone in the village thought that an alien ninja village was attacking the village. Naruto, who was about to reach the barrier, finally saw the scenery in front of him, but in his perspective. Why was everything blue in front of him? Just when it was so loud, he suddenly felt water splashing on his face. Then there was a bang, 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 and the sound of bones breaking. Before he could even scream in pain, Naruto fell to the ground, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Naruto hit 10 earth walls in a row before he stopped. Looking back at the route he came from, the east side of the village had been plowed by this kid into a gully about 10 meters long, and everywhere he went was a mess. The third generation walked slowly to Naruto with a stinky face. To be honest, he felt that this child would not survive. The third generation was so worried. While he couldn't bear Naruto's death, he was also worried that there was no suitable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the village. This child really couldn't survive. Then Konoha village would most likely lose the Nine-Tails. The third generation felt that since the birth of Naruto, the situation in Konoha village had become worse and worse. It's bad. He walked up to Naruto and found that the child was breathing more than breathing out, and it seemed that the meal was about to start. However, the third generation still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Then a dozen medical ninjas surrounded Naruto and began to check his injuries. What's the situation now? Third generation. This child's bones are all broken, and the situation inside is even worse. His heart has stopped. He has, already. Just when the medical ninjas were about to announce Naruto's death, they suddenly heard the sound of the child's heart beating again. Wait. He seems to be able to be saved. 1 month later, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha village luckily survived. When the child was sent to the hospital, any medical ninja who saw Naruto's condition would shake his head and wave his hands. Everyone was sure that the child would not live long, but within a week, the patient's vital signs returned to normal. Then the hospital said that the child was useless. Seeing that his bones were broken all over his body, he would have to spend the rest of his life in the hospital. But a week later, the hospital not only found that the child's bones had all recovered, but there was no scar on his body. The whole Konoha hospital began to doubt life. I didn't know that Konoha had created some miracle of ninja medicine. Everyone also refreshed their understanding of the child's recovery ability. Konoha Hospital was established in the Tsunade era, and most medical ninjas survived from that era. They had seen the previous nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, and some had seen the first nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. If they were to replace the previous 2 nine-tails Jinchuriki, and considering Naruto's age and the injuries he suffered, they could have started the feast right away. In short, this nine-tails Jinchuriki is outrageous. In the sealed space. Big Fox, when do you think I can wake up? Naruto was lying on the sofa, holding the barbecue he had snatched from the fox in his left hand and the freshly chilled grape sparkling drink in his right hand. Since he fell into a coma, his consciousness had entered the sealed space. When Kurama saw Naruto, he immediately turned on the spray mode. He really wanted to piss off this kid to death. He didn't even know what ninjutsu he was doing. If it weren't for his chakra holding on to this kid's last breath, he would have gone to the Pure Land to meet Uzumaki Kushina. And his fame would be destroyed in the hands of this kid. When he thought of Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki crashing into the village barrier and dying, Kurama felt his chakra rushing straight to his head. If the other tailed beasts knew this, they would definitely laugh at themselves for the rest of their lives. You are the worst Jinchuriki I have ever seen. Naruto turned his head and looked at the big fox, his face full of shock. Why does this sound so much like what his former class teacher said? You are the worst class of students I have ever taught. Teacher Ju suddenly felt oppressed. When you recover, I will double your training. As my Jinchuriki, you are too weak. When I was your age, I was much stronger than you. Kurama began to lecture his students while eating skewers. Naruto didn't know how to refute this guy after hearing this. How dare you say that? How can you, a tailed beast, compare with me when you were 6 years old? Naruto didn't know what to say about the big fox's words, for he was really afraid of angering the fox again. After Naruto finished eating, he found that his body had recovered a lot. The reason why he has a perverted recovery physique is that in addition to the Uzumaki clan bloodline and tailed beast chakra, it is also inseparable from the magical dragon meat that he has used since childhood to restore his spirit and body. Moreover, within the past month, Naruto found that even if he ate in the sealed space, it would help his injuries. Big Fox, can't you give me a break? I haven't rested since I started practicing chakra. Naruto thought about it and found that his life now seemed to be more difficult than being a social animal in his previous life. At least in his previous life, he could rest for 1 or 2 days a month. But Teacher Ju is different. There is no time to rest in 7 days a week, and now he has to practice more when his injuries recover. He is still a child. Can you consider the child's mental health? Humph. Kurama ignored Naruto's protest. Become stronger. You mentioned it first. And it's time for this kid to go out. Julama stopped eating skewers, looked at Naruto and said in a buzzing voice, "Little boy, look over there." Naruto saw the big fox pointing to the left, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Then Julama slapped him out of the sealed space. On the hospital bed, Naruto was wrapped like a mummy. His eyelids fluttered and he sat up from the bed. I was careless. Naruto gritted his teeth when he woke up, and shouted in his heart that the fox was despicable. He actually drove him out of the sealed space when he was not paying attention. Originally, he was looking forward to waking up, but when he learned that he had to practice more later, he might as well slack off in the sealed space. The sun shines through the window reflected on Naruto's face. Although it was not strong, Naruto still felt a little dazzling. Naruto raised his hand to slightly block his eyes, looked out the window through the gap between his palms, and his heart calmed down. It's great to be alive. He sighed, and then noticed the bedside table full of greeting cards, and a fruit basket filled with bananas and apples. After a quick look, he found that most of them were written by Hinata, a little lowly, and there were also Kakashi, Shikamaru, Kochi, Inyazuka Kaiba, Ino. How come there are even Sakuras? And he remembered that he didn't seem to have talked to his classmates, right? Forget it. None of this matters. Naruto picked up the apple in the fruit basket, wiped it on his clothes, and bit it. But in the process, he found his patient in the bed next to him. Uchiha Sasuke. Why is he here? Naruto was so surprised to see Sasuke next to him that he stopped eating his apple. And this guy looks a bit demented. Sasuke was lying on the bed, not unconscious, but with his eyes open, but his eyes were dull and empty, and his expression was dull. Wait. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened, and he stopped eating the apple again. Sasuke looks like this. The Uchiha clan was destroyed? Originally, he was going to say hello to Sasuke, but after realizing that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he thought about it and decided not to. Who knows if he accidentally said something to irritate him again. However, Naruto felt a little sympathetic to Sasuke. The family used to live happily, and he didn't know why his brother was crazy, and he came up and killed the Uchiha clan. And he was his most beloved brother. It was really painful. Looking at Sasuke's life, it seems that he is the only normal person in the ninja world. On the contrary, the prince in the original novel. It's really hard to describe. Especially the scene where Black Zetsu mocked Obito, he was really stupid. If it were me, I would definitely stand with Black Zetsu and mock Obito, and after that, I would steal Obito's tribute every year. Where can I come up with a sentence like "I don't allow you to mock Obito"? Naruto sighed as he looked at Sasuke. After all, he had fought with him, and he was one of the few people of the same age that he knew. The only people of the same age that Naruto was familiar with in the whole village were Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke. He wanted to comfort this child now, but unfortunately he didn't have the skills to talk nonsense. After thinking about it, Naruto took out a golden apple from the system. This thing can restore a little spirit and health. But for Naruto, he never eats such a thing, so now he takes it out as a way to comfort this guy. Naruto first took out a set of clothes from the system and changed into them, then tiptoed to Sasuke's bedside table and gently put down the golden apple. During the whole process, he did not make any sound, and Sasuke on the bed was still staring at the ceiling in a daze. Seeing him like this, Naruto did not say much, and left the ward quietly. Only a few minutes after he left, Sasuke's eyes regained some spirit. He turned his head and stared at the golden apple on the cabinet for a long time, and finally picked up the golden apple, buried his head deeply in the quilt, and murmured with a crying voice. Uzumaki. Naruto. Thank you. Have you heard, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki almost crashed into the barrier and died. No, I heard that he was going to commit suicide. But he was stopped by the third Hokage and hundreds of ninjas. Ah! Why is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki still so upset? As soon as Naruto walked out of the ward, he heard several nurses gathered together and started to mutter. They were also talking about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village committing suicide, and then he was about to crash into the barrier. There were all kinds of outrageous statements, and Naruto's face twitched when he heard them. He felt so embarrassed. It's all the fault of Hatake Kakashi. Naruto didn't care how the story was spread, anyway, he felt that it was right to blame Kakashi. If Kakashi had stopped him, he wouldn't have been in this situation. Walking in the corridor of the hospital, Naruto found that people kept looking at him with strange eyes, and they laughed at him while talking. Naruto wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I didn't expect that after keeping a low profile for so long, he would become famous in the village in this way. In order to avoid the strange looks from the hospital, Naruto found a deserted place and then flipped down from the 5th floor. He didn't consider that he had just recovered. The moment he landed, Naruto even felt that his physique was stronger than before. According to his previous physique, he would have sprained his ankle if he fell from the 5th floor. But now he is fine. I seem to be going further and further on the road of perversion. Naruto sighed and walked aimlessly on the streets of Konoha. The third generation got the news that Naruto was discharged from the hospital, and his mood improved a little, but when he heard that the child jumped from the 5th floor of the hospital just after waking up, he felt his blood pressure rising again. Is there anyone who can take good care of this child? Anyway, he doesn't expect Kakashi to take good care of Naruto now. This time, Konoha village was just a little bit away from losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The only hope for the third generation now is to find Jiraiya, who is traveling abroad. After all, Jiraiya is the teacher of Naruto's father. He has no problem teaching me, so he should be able to teach Minato's son. Phew! The third generation looked out the window and blew a smoke ring. He looked much older during this period. Let's wait until Naruto graduates. There are still 5 years. It will be over if we endure it. Then we can find Jiraiya to take care of this kid. Naruto-kun, are you okay? In the classroom, Hinata turned her head and found that her desk mate appeared in the classroom. Although she didn't say much, Naruto could also feel the joy in the girl's heart. Hinata-chan, thank you for the card. And the fruit? No, nothing. Hearing Naruto's words, the girl was so shy that she started to stutter again. Naruto grinned subconsciously when he saw her like this. Then he thought of the appointment with Hinata before. He had agreed with Hinata to practice together after school some time ago, but he went to find that green-skinned uncle and stayed in the hospital for another month. He felt really bad for suddenly standing up the girl for so long. If it were his ex-girlfriend in his previous life, she would nag him for a whole day if he was 10 minutes late for a date. Look at Hinata again. Not only did she not have any complaints, she also came to the hospital to see him from time to time. From the fresh fruits on the bedside table in the ward, it can be seen. Hinata comes to see him quite frequently. It can be said that Hinata is the most suitable candidate for Naruto's wife. Hinata, I'll pick you up after school. I promised you to practice together before. Hinata's head was already dizzy when she heard Naruto's first sentence. "Pick me up, for a date?" Before Naruto could finish his words, Hinata fell on the desk and passed out. This was really confusing for Naruto. How could she faint from shyness during training? He didn't understand, but seeing the little girl faint on the desk, he was a little worried that she would feel uncomfortable in her neck when she woke up, so he took out a little bare pillow from the system and gently lifted her head to cushion it. He didn't care about the feelings of other students in the class. However, the class was almost used to Naruto, who often skipped classes. Everyone was surprised when Uzumaki Naruto came to the classroom. Iruka on the stage was so angry that his head was buzzing as he saw the two guys flirting behind him. But he couldn't say anything to these two guys. One was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in the village, and the other was the second generation of the village Kage. How could he take care of them? He simply forced himself to not see them. Anyway, the third generation also told him not to care about that kid. After lunch, Naruto opened the space door and went home to eat, and then returned to the small forest east of the village. The environment here was destroyed by a certain Jinchuriki, and only a few sparse trees were left in the forest. As for the wooden house built for Naruto by the enthusiastic villagers before, it had disappeared. The debris on the ground might be proof that there was a small wooden house here. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is a garbage dump. It's a bit bad. Naruto glanced at it a few times, and then sighed at his strong destructive power at that time. He was really a little overwhelmed in this situation now. How about, change places? He scratched his chin and said to himself, but after thinking for a while, he found that it was a bit unreliable. It can be imagined that after the last time he lost control, his reputation in the village should have become worse than before. He really felt that it was good that the village did not ask him to compensate for the losses. I want to change places to mess up again. Naruto was really worried that Konoha village would drive him out as a traitor. After thinking for a while, he decided to clean up this place. No matter what, it was all his own trouble, and he had to pay for it himself. Anyway, it was all farming, and he was a senior farming player who was very familiar with this. Taking out a diamond axe from the system, Naruto raised the axe and took a quick look at the enchantment properties. Diamond axe, attack power 42. Enchantment effect, cutting speed 70%. Durability, 100000/100000. Although the enchanted attribute of this axe is single, this value can be said to be the highest one Naruto has ever had. Besides, the purpose of an axe is to chop trees, why do so many fancy things? Kid, it's time for your training. What are you doing with the axe? Kurama started to remind Naruto when he saw him coming to the training ground, but he didn't know that this kid would take out an axe. You can't use this as a weapon. I'll clean up here a little. And I shouldn't have to hammer trees today, right? Naruto glanced at the saplings around him, and the meaning of his words couldn't be clearer. Usually, those big trees are not enough for him to hammer for 3 days, and this kind of sapling that is not even the size of a wrist can't arouse his interest at all. Julama thought what Naruto said made sense, and after a moment's silence, he said to him, "Did you see those fallen trees on the ground? Pull 3 trees, and clean them up while carrying the weight." Naruto was speechless for a moment, and each of the fallen trees on the ground looked to weigh about 200 pounds. If you say that carrying 1 tree is okay, isn't it a bit difficult for the child to handle 3 trees at once? Big Fox, why don't you discuss it? He wanted to bargain with the fox, but he didn't get a response from the big fox at all. Obviously, Teacher Ju disagreed. Sighing softly, Naruto took out a bundle of ropes and began to carry the weight on himself. After finishing, he realized that he had used a whole set of ropes to tie himself and the 3 trees tightly. But when he really took the first step, his entire neck was red, and he didn't take the first step. The 3 trees behind him didn't seem to have any intention of moving at all. The axe in his hand was still half a meter away from the broken trees beside him. Through the crystal ball, the third generation saw Naruto holding an axe and dragging 3 trees behind him. He closed his eyes with difficulty and didn't dare to continue watching. Before, he hit the tree, and he tolerated the demolition in the village. But what is this kid doing now? Is this weight-bearing? Which ninja does this? Can't you buy some weight-bearing equipment? This kid. The third generation didn't dare to think about it. He felt his blood pressure rising again, and hurriedly took out the anti-hypertensive medicine from the drawer and took it. He didn't want to use the crystal ball to see the child's condition anymore. The third generation was really afraid that one day Naruto would make him suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. That evening, Naruto untied the ropes on his body and ended the weight training of Teacher Ju. But the bad situation in the grove was not improved at all. Because he was dragging 600 or 700 kilograms of weight behind him, Naruto took only one step in the whole afternoon. Not to mention cleaning up while carrying the weight. Looking at the mess around him, Naruto felt that he had to spend some time to tidy up in the evening. It was a pity that he had not yet learned the multiple shadow clone technique, otherwise it would take only a few minutes to clean up here. After a few minutes of rest, Naruto threw out the space door and returned to the classroom. At this time, Hinata was the only one left in the class, and she was a little excited to see Naruto coming. Naruto-kun. Before Hinata could finish her greeting, she was pulled into the space door by Naruto's hand. Then she felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the scene in front of her changed from the classroom to the outdoors. Seeing the broken trees, gravel, and various garbage on the ground, Hinata looked at Naruto with some admiration. The situation at the scene all tells of Naruto's hard training in daily life. Naruto, you work hard. I will also work hard to practice. Hinata mustered up the courage to finally speak a complete sentence. She wanted to keep up with Naruto's pace and become stronger with Naruto. But suddenly she found that her hand was still held by the other party, and she turned into a steam princess again on the spot. Only now her resistance has increased. If it was in the past, she would probably faint directly. Seeing the shy look of the little girl, Naruto quickly let go of her hand. Hearing her praise just now, he smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Actually it's okay. It's okay. The training was indeed hard, but it almost demolished the village. Just when Naruto wanted to say something, he found a familiar figure walking towards his position. Just looking at the signature hedgehog head of the Uchiha clan, Naruto knew that Sasuke was coming. He was holding a paper bag in his hand, and his expression didn't look as stupid as before. Hinata glanced at Sasuke's figure, then at Naruto beside him, and somehow felt a little disappointed. I thought she was with Naruto. Sasuke walked slowly to Naruto, looking very twisted. He stuffed the paper bag into Naruto's arms regardless of whether Naruto agreed or not. Here you go. Naruto looked down at the things in the bag and found that they were apples. Was this kid giving him a return gift? I didn't find any golden apples in the village. Sasuke added after giving it to him, fearing that Naruto would dislike the apple he gave him. When he ate the golden apple, he obviously realized that his mental state and injuries had recovered a lot. Naturally, he knew that the things the other party gave were precious. Naruto grinned when he heard Sasuke's words, then wiped an apple and handed it to Hinata, and threw another to Sasuke. Finally, he picked up an apple and ate it himself. Sasuke didn't care too much, he just picked up the apple and started to eat it. To be honest, it was the first time Naruto received a gift. Although it was just a very ordinary apple that couldn't compare to the things in his system, he still felt happy. However, while eating, Naruto found that Sasuke seemed to be hesitant to speak. This child couldn't hide anything on his face. You came to see me, what's the matter? Eating the apple given by others, Naruto's tone was not as aggressive as when he met Sasuke before. In addition, he beat Sasuke before, and now he was sitting with him, so he felt a little embarrassed. Uzumaki Naruto, let's fight again. Hey! Naruto was stunned, and he didn't expect why Sasuke said that. Even if you open your eyes, you may not be able to beat me. So you are here to be abused? Even Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. Because from what Sasuke said, they had fought before. Hinata was also very curious about how strong Naruto was. Are you serious? Naruto found that Sasuke looked at him sincerely, and the pride he had when they first met was gone. Did the night of genocide change him? Naruto felt that this child was quite miserable, but as someone who had experienced peace in his previous life, he really couldn't understand how much pain Sasuke was in. Even after coming to this world, Naruto didn't see his parents clearly, and then they passed away. It's a bit nonsense to say that there is affection. Yes. I want to see the gap between us. Okay. Naruto quickly finished the apple, then patted the dirt on his butt and stood up. The two communicated briefly and to the point, and they had walked to the open space in the time it took to say a sentence. On the top, standing opposite each other. Since the night of the genocide, Sasuke has calmed down and accepted the fact that he is weak, so that he can find his shortcomings and make up for them. Among his peers, Sasuke thinks Naruto is the strongest. In addition, he only knows Uzumaki Naruto. The two looked at each other and made the seal of opposition at the same time. The moment he raised his eyes, Sasuke had already opened the Sharingan. Naruto looked at the one Megatama in the other's left eye and two Megatama, and didn't know how to complain for a while. This kid only opened one Megatama on the night of the genocide, or one Megatama in the right eye. Wait. Can't look into his eyes. After realizing that he couldn't look into the Sharingan, Naruto turned his head to the side, feeling that it was not safe enough. He even took out sunglasses from the system and put them on. Big Fox! Help me see the other party's position. The nine-tailed llama in the sealed space raised his eyelids and ignored him. But Naruto knew that the fox agreed. Wearing sunglasses, you can't tell whether you have closed your eyes or not. And he planned to rely on the fox's reminder to fight Sasuke when facing the enemy head-on, and then open his eyes to fight him when he appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned for 3 seconds when he saw Naruto wearing sunglasses. Because he found that the illusion of Sharingan had no effect at all. Sasuke stared at the Sharingan and used illusions for 5 or 6 times, but Naruto was as if nothing had happened, and didn't look like he was under an illusion at all. Why is this happening? Can sunglasses defend against illusions? Sasuke suddenly felt that this world was a bit absurd. Realizing that the illusion didn't work, Sasuke immediately waved his hands and threw several shurikens and kunai. Illusions were just the first step, and the throwing objects were also used to test Naruto. After emptying the ninja tool bag, Sasuke immediately began to seal. Naruto, who was not far away, moved his ears slightly. He didn't need the big fox's reminder to know that Sasuke threw a projectile to attack him by the sound of breaking air in the air. This time, he didn't take out the big iron door to resist it as before. Naruto threw 3 space doors in front of him, and the purple light cocoon covered his figure. All the ninja tools thrown by Sasuke disappeared into it. The purple light reflected on the faces of Sasuke and Hinata in the sunset, and both of them showed surprise. Wow, so powerful! Hinata covered her mouth and kept exclaiming in a low voice. She didn't expect Naruto to use this ability like this. Sasuke's pupils dilated as he was shocked, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 purple light cocoons suddenly unfolded around Sasuke, and all the ninja tools he had just thrown flew towards him. The sudden change made Sasuke immediately cancel the release of the fire escape technique. Because he understood. Since Naruto can transfer the ninja tools he threw, he must be able to transfer his ninjutsu. Damn it! Why is this guy so strong? Before coming, Sasuke actually still had a fluke mentality in his heart, but now seeing Naruto's proficiency in using this technique directly made him despair. Fortunately, Sasuke had only thrown more than 20 shurikens and kunai just now. His Sharingan was rotating rapidly, and his dynamic vision was also exerted to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, the attack trajectories of those shurikens and kunai seemed to become crisscrossing silk threads in his eyes, and Sasuke could clearly see the landing point of each silk thread. I see it. Sasuke was delighted, dodged 2 or 3 somersaults in a row, and then turned sideways several times. At this time, he seemed to be dancing in a jungle full of thorns. However, Naruto's evaluation of this was only 4 words flashy. The light gate opened again, still in Sasuke's blind spot. After dodging the attack, Sasuke suddenly felt his back hairy, and squatted down subconsciously, which just happened to avoid Naruto's side kick. A bit sharp. After noticing that Sasuke dodged his attack, Naruto sighed slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Sasuke's reaction ability was indeed better than his. Maybe this was the increase brought by the Sharingan. When he fought Sasuke for the first time before, he couldn't avoid his sneak attack at all. However, Naruto was only slightly surprised. He has never been timid in terms of physical skills. It can be said that in the future, in the entire Konoha village, Might Guy may not be his opponent in physical skills. In short, Naruto is absolutely confident in his physical skills. Maybe his physical skills are average. But he really dares to fight with the enemy to see who has stronger vitality. Naruto has planned that if he encounters a ninja that he can't beat in the future, he will grab the opponent and stab each other with kunai. You hit it, I hit it. Naruto dares to guarantee 100% that he will be the one standing at the end. Snap! Sasuke turned around and shook his shoulders, and hit Naruto's left face with a swinging fist. Although Naruto reacted slowly, he still had time to block Sasuke's attack. Not only did he block it, he also grabbed Sasuke's wrist and brought it to him. Sasuke, who suddenly lost control of his body, started to hit Naruto with his knee without thinking. Then, the battle between the two instantly turned into a round-based system. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand with one hand and used the tree punch fist with the other hand. While Sasuke was attacked, he did not forget to hit Naruto's lower abdomen with his knee. After 3 rounds, Naruto was like nothing happened, and his punches became faster and faster. If he hadn't given Sasuke some face, he would have really mocked Sasuke for not having eaten. The force of the kick on him was not enough to scratch his itch. At this time, Sasuke not only turned into a pig head again, but his head was also dizzy, and even his feet stopped moving. In a trance, Sasuke felt that he had returned to the scene of being pressed to the ground and beaten by Naruto for the first time. This moment was just like that moment. With Naruto's last punch, Sasuke finally lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. He didn't figure out why he attacked so hard until the moment he lost consciousness, and Naruto didn't react at all. Hinata watched the whole process with surprise and her mouth almost couldn't close. Especially Naruto's purple technique, at first she just thought it was an ordinary convenient ninjutsu to hurry on the road. The moment she saw Naruto divert Sasuke's attack, Hinata realized the horror of this technique. And Naruto's taijutsu. She didn't know how to describe it, but it was very strong. During the fight just now, Hinata put herself in Sasuke's shoes. However, she found that once she was pulled into close combat by Naruto, she could not exert any strength at all, and her fate was likely to be similar to Sasuke's. But Hinata felt that if it was herself who was practicing with Naruto just now, Naruto would definitely not be willing to beat her so badly. However, now she is more worried about whether Naruto is injured. Naruto-kun. Hinata ran to Naruto obediently and turned around him. She was relieved after confirming that he was not injured. I'm fine. Naruto pounded his chest to show that he was fine. To digitize his and Sasuke's health values, Sasuke's damage is not as fast as his passive blood recovery. And he can clear it with just a few flat attacks. Empty Sasuke's health bar. There is no comparison. After looking at the unconscious Sasuke on the ground, Naruto took out a bottle of life potion from the system space, pinched the boy's face and poured the potion into his mouth. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. After a while, Sasuke was choked and coughed, and his body twitched on the ground like a spring. And the injuries on his face were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hinata rolled her eyes at this magical scene. Good, so amazing. Naruto-kun, I won't tell anyone else. Hinata, who suddenly realized it, quickly added. In her cognition, there seemed to be nothing in the ninja world that could recover injuries, so she naturally understood that the water Naruto had just given Sasuke was very precious. Hinata's serious face really poked Naruto, and he raised his hand to touch Hinata's little head, thinking about how many children he would have in the future. Hinata blushed again shyly, her head tilted, and she was about to faint. Wait! Don't faint yet! Naruto was in a dilemma. There was someone who had just woken up on the ground. It was getting dark, and Hinata would not wake up for a while. What if the Hyuga family saw her? Hayashi Leodang was probably so angry that he would beat him on the spot. I'm fine. Hinata bit her lower lip, using the pain to keep herself awake, but this look made Naruto want to rub her head even more. Sasuke, who had just sat up from the ground, looked at the strange behavior of the two guys expressionlessly. He touched his cheek and found that the pain had disappeared long ago. Sasuke's first reaction after waking up was that it was even a dream. If he hadn't seen Naruto and Hinata, he really thought he was dreaming just now. But why did all his injuries heal? After rolling up his sleeves and checking again and again, Sasuke found that he had no injuries at all. Even the scars from that night were gone. Sasuke thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, and finally couldn't help interrupting Naruto and Hinata's whispering. My injuries? How did you do it? Sasuke recalled that he was choked and woke up just now, as if Naruto had given him something to drink. It's hard to say how effective it is, but Sasuke thinks it tastes pretty good. It's sweet and stimulating, better than the soda in the village. Sasuke looked at the apple next to him and suddenly remembered the golden apple that Naruto had given him before. And the recovery effect of what he drank just now is obviously better than the golden apple, and it is definitely more precious than the golden apple. After realizing this problem, Sasuke felt that the question he asked just now was a bit presumptuous. It's not polite to casually explore other people's secrets. Sorry, I'm too talkative. The fight is over. I'm going to send Hinata home first. You can go back by yourself. Naruto looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. If he didn't send Hinata back, he was really worried that the Hyuga clan would hunt him down. And he felt that the third-generation old man would not stand on his side in this situation. Naruto threw out the space door and was about to leave with Hinata, but Sasuke stopped him at this time. Wait! Can you let me practice with you? Sasuke said this with a hint of pleading. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to do anything. You go back first. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Naruto said without looking back, holding Hinata's hand and stepping into the light gate and disappearing. He was still a little surprised that Sasuke came to find him. After all, according to Sasuke's arrogant appearance before, he would probably only find ways to become stronger by himself, and why would he come to run to him? But Naruto really needs a teammate. If Sasuke's strength can't keep up with his own, then he will have to fight the Akatsuki organization all the way, and finally single-handedly fight the Otsutsuki clan. Obviously you can team up to start a group, why bother to go solo? And Sasuke can be said to be the biggest cheater besides himself, and it won't take much time to train him. When the two of them are well developed, no matter how many Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Ishiki come, they will fight as many as you want. As soon as Naruto passed through the space gate and came to the Hyuga clan, he saw Hayashi standing in the middle of the gate with his arms folded. He could smell the anger from a distance. Hayashi didn't say anything when he saw Naruto and Hinata, he just stood there and looked at them. Not only him, but the people of the Hyuga clan also stood outside and looked at Naruto after noticing. From the veins on their foreheads, it can be seen that all the members of the Hyuga clan rolled their eyes. The atmosphere at the scene became solemn in an instant, and Hinata felt that it became difficult to breathe. Naruto had the illusion that he had accidentally entered a club base. The only difference was that this group of Hyuga clan members did not have machetes in their hands. He was really worried that in the next second, some Hyuga clan members would jump out and shout "Big Brother" or "Kill this kid." "Father, father!" Hinata lowered her head and walked timidly to Hayashi, looking back at Naruto from time to time while walking. Naruto seemed to feel that the temperature around him had dropped a lot. "Where did you go?" Hayashi was asking Hinata, but his eyes were fixed on a yellow-haired guy. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan, after school, their eldest daughter followed a yellow-haired guy to hang out outside, and now it's dark and she's just coming back. This yellow-haired guy is only 6 or 7 years old and has done such a thing. They dare not imagine what he can do in the future. If the clan leader had not ordered everyone not to attack this yellow-haired guy, they would have rushed up to deal with this kid. Who would care if you are the son of the 4th generation and the 9 tails Jinchuriki? I. Facing her strict father, Hinata lowered her head and was speechless for a while. "You know, today is the only time she has come home so late in such a long time. Hinata went to practice with me. You will be with me after school in the future." Naruto smiled and explained to Hyuga Hayashi innocently. As for whether Hayashi Layden listened to him or not, he didn't know. But he did find that Hayashi Layden rolled his eyes after hearing what he said. "Go back. Your mother is waiting for you in the living room." Hayashi glared at the yellow-haired man in front of him, and turned back with his daughter. The surrounding Hyuga tribe members also left after seeing this. But everyone's expression was very regretful, as if they regretted not finding a chance to do something to the yellow-haired man. Hinata followed her father, turned her head and smiled at Naruto, then waved twice gently to say goodbye. She didn't dare to move too much, for fear that her father in front would notice. Naruto also smiled at Hinata. After watching her go back, Naruto threw out of the space door and went home for dinner. At night, he spent several hours cleaning up the garbage in the grove. Then he took out oak and spruce trees from the system space and planted them nearby for his own training equipment in the future. You know, trees have many uses. It can be used as a sandbag for training, and can also be used to step on trees to train chakra control ability. If you want to get rich, you can't do without it. It was almost midnight, and the dense forest on the east side of the village was restored. Because the system adapts to the rules, the trees planted by Naruto look no different from other trees. The 3rd generation in the office heard the report from the Anbu that Naruto had created a large forest in less than one night, and his efficiency was comparable to that of the 1st generation Senju Hashirama. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was really happy that Naruto could restore the environment that was destroyed before. But he really didn't like Naruto farming. Why does this kid always have trouble with wood all day long? And his strange blood limit. The 3rd generation always felt that this child's talent for farming was higher than his talent for being a ninja. He has figured it out now. There is nothing, no matter how serious the matter is, he will never use the crystal ball to see the child's situation. Instead, he will listen to the report from the Anbu, so that he can feel better. If he sees him every day like before, the 3rd generation really thinks that he will not live long enough for Jiraiya to return to the village. The next morning, Naruto went to the classroom to clock in and be in a daze as usual. Sometimes he is really desperate about his abnormal physique. Yesterday he pulled trees all afternoon, fought with Sasuke in the evening, and cleaned up the scene and planted trees at night. When he returned home, he felt tired like a dead dog, and it was uncomfortable to move his fingers. As a result, he woke up the next day and found that he was fine. He wanted to find an excuse not to train. Seeing him like this, Teacher Ju even wanted to increase the intensity a little bit. Naruto, who was thinking, found that Sasuke was already standing in front of his seat. He looked up and found that his classmates were no longer in the classroom. So the get out of class is over. But Sasuke is looking for me now. Does he want to skip class with me? You want to skip class with me? Well, there is nothing in the ninja school that can make me stronger. Sasuke said so. He has already learned all the courses in the ninja school in advance, including the three-body technique and various theoretical knowledge. If it weren't for Naruto still being in school, he would have wanted to graduate early. Okay, let's go. Naruto nodded, went out to find Hinata and said goodbye, then opened the space door and led Sasuke to the grove by the river. Sasuke was still thinking about Naruto's technique, wanting to see if he could understand anything from it. But to be honest, he secretly opened his Sharingan the moment he walked into the light door, but he didn't find any chakra fluctuations. In the end, Sasuke could only blame himself for not having the talent for space-time ninjutsu. He had looked up information before, and it was said that practicing this kind of ninjutsu required extremely high talent. The entire Konoha village has only had the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage for so many years. And Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. From this aspect of talent alone, Sasuke feels that he is not as good as Naruto. If he wants to surpass Naruto, he must evolve his Sharingan to the same level as that man. However, the 7-year-old Uchiha Sasuke did not realize that Naruto was a monster. As for now, Sasuke wants to see how Naruto trains on weekdays. What should I do? Hit the tree. Naruto pointed to a big tree not far away, with the attitude of a senior guiding the junior, and worried that the child did not know how to hit the tree. Naruto started to demonstrate it on the spot with 2 bang-bang sounds. Sasuke nodded slightly, walked to Naruto without hesitation, and started to hit the tree like him. So, the sound of bang-bang came one after another by the river, and if you listen carefully, you can hear the rhythm. The Anbu who was responsible for monitoring Naruto, especially Kakashi, felt a headache when he heard the sound of the 2 children hitting the tree. It's fine if you, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, hit the tree, but why did you bring other children with you? Do you really think that others have the same abnormal constitution as you? Kakashi was so tired. He began to think about resigning from the Anbu position. Since that day, there was a skipper Uchiha Sasuke in the class. As the class teacher, Iruka had a few more wrinkles on his face than before. And there was a bang-bang sound and a figure dragging a tree in the grove by the river. At first, Sasuke was exhausted after hitting the tree all day. Fortunately, Naruto provided him with a special recovery potion. After discovering that Naruto's potion had miraculous effects, Sasuke's desperateness was no less than Naruto's. He may not be as perverted as Naruto, but he still learned from Naruto to drag trees to complete weight-bearing training. If he couldn't drag 3 or 4 trees, he would drag 1. Now the east side of the village has almost plowed a riverbed for these 2 children. Even Might Guy couldn't stand the degree of their birth. During this period, the 3rd-generation old man couldn't stand it anymore, so Tokakashi sent 2 sets of weight-bearing equipment. Since those weight-bearing equipment are made of special metal, the weight is basically the same as the weight of the tree dragged by Naruto. The 3rd generation thought that since they already had this stuff, the 2 children would not continue to drag trees, right? What was the result? Naruto said that he would not train like before, and turned around to put on the weight-bearing equipment and started to drag trees. Seeing that the child had grown crooked, the 3rd generation completely gave up on continuing to take care of Naruto, and simply allocated the location on the east side of the village to the 2 children for training, so that they would not go to other places to destroy the village. Konoha village really can't stand the harm of these 2 guys. As for Hinata, Naruto was very thoughtful and didn't dare to let her go crazy like himself and Sasuke. He gave her a sandbag and a wooden man, and then accompanied Hinata to train physical skills from time to time. The days of training are always boring, and 6 years passed in a flash. This year, Naruto was 12 years old. Sasuke, Hinata, look at the chakra in my body. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and began to run the wind chakra in his body to rush to the door. In the past 6 years, he has never given up the previous technique. And he has been constantly improving step by step under the Byakugan and Sharingan, and when he improved the amount of wind chakra, he and the big fox modified the running route in his body. Naruto also named this technique Wind-style Blood Rage technique. At first, when he ran this technique, the situation was similar to the first time. Because his physique was stronger than before, he directly broke the barrier of Konoha. I remember that the third generation was fainted at that time. However, Naruto can also control the wind-style chakra in his body a little, and run it at full strength without endangering his own life. In the end, it was found that the limit state of the wind-style blood rage technique can only last for 15 seconds. If it is more, he will fall into a state of near death. In order to confirm the strength of this technique, Naruto even asked Might Guy to evaluate it. At that time, Might Guy thought Naruto was a genius. The state of this self-created wind-style blood rage technique was no less than the state of opening the 3 gates. But as he watched, Might Guy found something wrong. Because no one dared to practice this technique except Naruto. For a normal person to learn this technique. Then we have to mention Danzo of the Root. When the third generation learned that Naruto had developed this technique, he immediately listed the wind-style blood rage technique as an A-level forbidden technique, and the technique was also classified as a ninjutsu. However, the third generation old man did not treat Naruto badly. He directly took out the sealing scroll and asked him to choose a forbidden technique to learn. Originally, I hoped that this child would take the initiative to learn Flying Thunder God. But I didn't expect Naruto to choose the A-level forbidden technique Multiple Shadow Clone technique. As for why he didn't learn Flying Thunder God, Naruto said he really didn't understand. However, no one expected that Danzo secretly learned this ninjutsu from Naruto. As for what happened, no one knew, but since the root leader disappeared from the eyes of the third generation for 3 years, it was known that this guy should be seriously injured. The third generation heard from the root ninja that Danzo turned into a bloody man on the spot when he practiced the wind-style blood violence technique. It sounds miserable. After finally confirming that this ninjutsu can only be learned by those with abnormal recovery ability like Naruto, the third generation deleted this technique without any hesitation. He didn't want any child to learn this technique out of curiosity in the future, and then die on the spot and die young. Naruto, move the root to the heart. Sasuke stared at the Sharingan and said seriously. To be honest, he thought Naruto's technique was very good, but it was a pity that he didn't have wind attribute chakra. Otherwise, he would have to learn one. Naruto-kun, there is too much chakra. Hinata and Sasuke kept reminding Naruto on the left and right. Boom! As time went by, a large amount of wind attribute chakra emerged from Naruto's pores, accompanied by a large amount of blood mist. From a distance, Naruto looked at it was like being wrapped in a red hood. Sasuke and Hinata, who were sitting next to him, protected their faces with their hands and used chakra to steady their steps so as not to be blown away by the air wave. This power. It has reached the 4th gate of the 8 gates, right? Sasuke opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In order to let the 3 children know the power of the 8 gates, Kai specially opened the 4th gate for them to see. Now Naruto has reached the state when Kai opened the 4th gate just by his momentum. Naruto-kun has become stronger again. Hinata felt happy and useless. She has worked very hard when she was young, but she can't catch up with Naruto's speed of getting stronger. Even that Uchiha Sasuke is stronger than him. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and then cancelled the wind-style blood rage technique. Until now, he can skillfully perform this technique for 1 minute, and the side effect is that he loses his strength for half an hour. As for wind-style blood rage technique, he can use it about 3 times a day. Naruto can't handle more. Naruto-kun. Today is the school graduation exam at noon. Teacher Irika asked you not to forget it. Hinata suddenly remembered this and quickly explained it to them. But the girl began to worry again. I wonder if she can be assigned to the same class with Naruto. Well, let's go back to school. Naruto looked at Sasuke and then at Hinata. According to the fox's calculation, Sasuke's chakra has reached 80 magic now that he has opened the double Megatama Sharingan, which is almost the same as when he first practiced. Hinata's chakra is a little worse, about 50 magic. There is no way, Hinata really can't compare with these two. As for Naruto's chakra, it has reached 270 magic. According to the Big Fox's observations over the years, there are few people in the entire Konoha village who have such chakra. The only one with more than 200 magic chakras was the old man of the third generation. This surprised Naruto. But it was normal to think about it. After all, an old man who was proficient in 5 kinds of escape techniques would not be able to play well if he didn't have much chakra. The three of them came to the classroom through the space door and found that some students had already prepared in advance. Sakura looked at Sasuke and fell into a fangirl again. Ah! Sasuke is handsome again. I like him so much. Shikamaru saw Naruto raised his head and greeted the three of them weakly. Although everyone didn't see Naruto and Sasuke much in recent years, they could still say a few words to each other on weekdays. After a while, Irika came in from the door with a list under his arm and a worried look on his face. When he looked up and saw the three people in the back row, his expression relaxed, and even a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Finally! Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are finally graduating. Irika was really worried that these two guys would lead the kids in the class astray. As for whether they would fail the exam, Irika never thought about it. Now the whole Konoha village knows that these two kids have plowed a river east of the village. With such strength, they should not stay in the ninja school. Everyone, get ready. Those whose names are called will go to the next classroom to take the 3-body technique test. Thank you for choosing Fanfiction Uploads. We hope you enjoyed this journey into anime and fanfiction. The adventure continues, so stay tuned. Your feedback matters to us. Leave a comment with your favorite stories, suggestions, or your own fanfiction ideas. We love hearing from you. Hit subscribe and ring the notification bell to never miss an upload. Share our channel with friends and fellow anime lovers. Thank you for being part of our community. Until next time, keep dreaming, listening, and keeping the anime spirit alive. See you in the next episode.